We'll call the first item the study session for direction on next steps for addressing unregulated and unmaintained news racks. We have our management analyst for housing, John Passerman, who will be making the presentation. John Passman.
All right, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm John Passman with Housing and Economic Development. I'm joined by Deanna Chow, Interim Community Development Director, and I'm going to give the presentation on the NewsRack study session item. So the reason we're here today is to receive direction on the concerns with NewsRacks, hopefully to answer a couple of these questions. Is action on NewsRack concerns desired? And if so, which option should staff pursue? So we'll start with some of the concerns that staff has received with NewsRacks. There's serious concerns with the condition of NewsRacks in downtown and Belhaven. Many racks are in poor condition, abandoned, or unmaintained. And it's become a fairly common business complaint with the NewsRacks. Specifically, Pete's Coffee on Santa Cruz and University has complained about the large number of NewsRacks beside their business along University. Their staff is having to spend time cleaning out the NewsRacks, cleaning up the area. Many people use them as trash receptacles. And so it's become an issue with them, and in common conversation with a lot of business owners, the NewsRacks downtown is a concern in general. Unsecured racks present a potential issue with accessibility as well. And the bottom line is that the city lacks an effective means of addressing the issue without a NewsRack ordinance. So let's go with a little bit of background on NewsRacks. This issue is not a new one. There was a similar issue with NewsRacks in the 1980s. The publishers came together and sort of solved the issue on their own with the green pedestal racks. They were bought and installed by a group of publishers. Unfortunately, there was never an agreement on maintaining them over the long term. At the time, the city also chose to not adopt a NewsRack ordinance similar to the other cities in the region. All these factors combined to lead to the current situation downtown and around the city. More recently, complaints have ramped up in 2016. At that time, staff inventoried and assessed the racks. It was also determined that there was little ability to resolve without an ordinance at that time. In late 2017, staff began a public process on the issue that included outreach to the community and publishers and other relevant stakeholders. In December, staff asked council what direction to take with the racks, and staff was asked to draft an ordinance with publisher input. That ordinance was brought forward March 2018, which was the first reading. It passed at that reading 3-1 with one member absent. Unfortunately, the second reading was put on hold due to staff vacancies. In 2019, the issue has resurfaced due to additional complaints throughout the course of normal business outreach. And this has forced staff to reassess where we're at with NewsRacks and brought us back here for a study session. This is a map that was put together in late 2017. On it, you'll see an inventory of the news racks downtown. The reddish-orange triangles are what would be called the public or the green pedestal racks, which are one of the main problems due to the fact that there's no responsible party for maintenance. So I want to give a quick overview of the ordinance that was brought forward in 2018, in case that's the option that council wishes to go with. This ordinance required publishers to obtain permits and gave the city current contact information for all racks placed in the public right-of-way, and allowed the city to legally remove the racks that do not meet the standards enumerated in the ordinance. It established a news rack permit process, standards for maintenance and display of news racks, size and design standards, standards for placement and location, and an enforcement mechanism. So this ordinance was based on input from council, publishers, and community. Some of the feedback that you can see incorporated into this ordinance is the primary concern being that racks needed to be maintained, which is in section 13.28.050, standards for maintenance. Another feedback that staff received was that not to mandate any sort of standardization in the racks. So size and design standards does not restrict the news racks in color or branding. There was also a request not to restrict distribution locations. So the section on placement and location creates minimum siting requirements to comply with ADA and traffic safety standards. And finally, there was a need to define abandonment specifically, so which came out to be 10 business days, at which point, with some exceptions, at which point the news rack would be considered abandoned. So many neighboring cities have adopted a news rack ordinance to address similar issues. Each city varies on the degrees of regulation. This ordinance would be, or the proposed ordinance in 2018 would have been one of the least regulatory ordinances in the region. But almost every ordinance has the sections on a permit process, maintenance and standards, placement and abatement. So the council has a number of options for moving forward. Option A is no ordinance, status quo. No ordinance will be pursued. This would allow staff to move on from the news rack issue. If chosen, council could also direct staff to take a more active role in addressing the condition of news racks without an ordinance. This might involve staff member monitoring the status of racks and reaching out to publishers if their rack is in poor condition or abandoned. This approach has yielded limited results in the past, I think in 2017. However, it's important to note that this would not address the issues with the green pedestal racks, as there is no responsible party. Option B would be to go with the originally proposed ordinance. This ordinance had significant publisher and community buy-in when it was first drafted, and it is less restrictive than many neighboring cities. Adoption of this ordinance would require little staff resources in the adoption phase, since most of the legwork has already been done, although the implementation phase would require significant resources from both community development and public works. Another option, option C, would be to keep the bulk of the originally drafted ordinance, but modify it to create a downtown district where racks would be corralled for the purposes of downtown beautification and accessibility. Corrals could likely be at the major current news rack hotspots to minimize disruption to publishers and their customers, readers. This is an approach used by cities such as Burlingame and Palo Alto. And this would be more time and resource intensive than process or option B. And then finally, we could scrap the ordinance completely and restart the process with the goal of drafting a substantially different ordinance. This would require the most time and resources, and we would need some direction from council tonight on what that ordinance would look like. And of course, council could pick and choose between these options to take the approach most suitable. So the reason we're here tonight is to answer these questions and hopefully get some final direction for staff. Questions The primary question being, does the City Council want to act on news rack concerns? If not, that would be option A. And if they don't, is there a direction for staff to take a more active role? And if yes, they do want to act on news rack concerns, which option or combination of options should staff pursue? That concludes my presentation. Thank you, and stand by for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Passman, for your presentation. And first, I'd like to go to public comment. Do we have any public comment cards?
We do have a few speakers.
I'm sorry.
We do have a few speakers.
Can I ask a clarifying question before we get to public comment?
Yes.
And so just really quickly, so if we go with option B, which is sort of reviving the ordinance that had already sort of been approved once, but then wasn't sort of approved on the second time and implemented, how does that address the green racks? Is there a provision in there specifically that addresses it? Does the city take responsibility for them? Because it's clear, like obviously with regards to the private racks, how the ordinance addressed them, but that was just something I wasn't completely clear about.
Under the proposed ordinance, the green racks would be removed.
Okay, our first public comment is Tom Lindendale. Yes.
Sorry, turn it around.
My name is Tom Lillidahl. I'm the owner of Circulation Management. I've been in this industry for over 30 years. Probably worked and participated in 20 different rack ordinances, and I've been on 5 news rack advisory committees. So I've looked at what's been proposed, and I was part of the original work that we did in 2018. And I wanted to compliment Menlo Park on how liberal they were at bringing everybody's opinions in and coming up with something that worked for everybody. It's rare in a city. Typically what we've come up with is cities that don't take a lot of input and come up with ordinances that are highly restrictive. And in the end, they wind up with cages of racks in locations that nobody wants, that are empty. And then they have very few racks in locations where there's a lot of need for more displays. So I did want to mention that the option, I think it was option C, was the one where you're going to maybe put them in cages. I think if you look in Palo Alto, even in Millbrae, we just currently did a display, a cage-style city-owned displays, but they have no flexibility. If somebody comes or goes, the rack winds up being empty when somebody leaves, if nobody wants that space. It also, the cities sometimes they get involved in saying where the racks can go and can't go, and it doesn't allow for, say, a business that moves, a coffee shop closes down and a new one opens up someplace else. You wind up with cages in places not everybody's really interested in. And then my last comment was we distribute 15 publications, and what we've come up with is a really unique design where the modular displays are designed for broadsheet newspapers, and they have coin mechanisms that you have to have on the side. And our publications are much smaller. They're journal size. Homes and Land, I don't know if you've seen this, Metro, luxury homes. We do the Stanford school schedule. So a lot of times what we can do, we've designed a rack that fits that exact same space, but you can, without a divider on the inside and a full-size window and no coin mechanism, you could wind up putting 2, 3, and sometimes 4 publications in that display. And what it did in the very beginning, when we all used to just have freestanding racks along the sidewalk, is where you would have 4, then you double stack them on top of each other. But you wind up with taking eight feet of rack space and condensing it down into 2 feet. And so we just want to make sure that that design, whichever portion you pick, winds up being part of the option for the distributors and the publishers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dave Price.
Hi, Dave Price of the Daily Post. Just a couple of quick points here. The concern of the city and its residents, I think, is to eliminate the eyesore that exists where many of the racks exist. About 70% of the racks are abandoned by their original publishers. If the ordinance will result in a mechanism that allows the city to remove abandoned racks, you're going to solve the eyesore problem. So, you're on the right track in that respect. We ask that we keep our current locations. We don't want the city to move our distribution points to some other place. We'd like to be able to keep the locations that we have now. I don't like the idea of having these corrals, which we have in places like Palo Alto, because as Tom mentioned, they're inflexible. If a business moves where there's going to be a lot of demand for papers, you can't move the corral. But more importantly, you create a dead zone on your sidewalk that is permanent, because you're going to have a lot of things shoved into one place, and nobody's going to want to go there except for the homeless guy that sleeps there. So my suggestion is don't do the corrals and let the publishers pick the locations that they would be able to have where they would be able to have their racks within the law that would exist in the ordinance. And lastly, I would ask that you keep the fees minimal. While some of the people that publish newspapers in this world are big corporations, your local papers are locally owned. We'd really like to keep the cost minimal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Our next public speaker is Cherie Zalowski.
Point of order, was that Mayor Mueller on the phone? Is that the ring I heard? We're still trying. Oh, okay.
Good evening, council members. I sent you a couple of emails. I don't know if you've had a chance to read them, but I feel very strongly that we need to keep our local newspapers, news racks where they are and very conveniently located. I'm very surprised that Pete's Coffee has complained, because the newspapers outside of that cafe are a big draw. And you can walk in there almost any time of the day, and there's stacks of papers. Everybody's got the papers there. So I think they're very fortunate that we have the news racks near Pete's, as we do also near Draeger's and near Starbucks. I think it's very important that we maintain that. And I do think it's an excellent idea to remove the abandoned news racks. But I don't see that we need an ordinance to do that. And my understanding, in fact, Mr. Passman and I just had an email exchange, that there were 2 people who have complained about the racks, but they complained multiple times. So that counts, in my book, as 2 complaints in a city of 30,000 people or so. If you want to beautify the downtown, I live in the downtown, I'd love to see it beautified. Please give us back our grass in Fremont Park. Take out the rest of the tan bark. Very unsightly. Right on the corner, when we look at our one and only park in the downtown, we see the brown tan bark. So giving us the grass and taking out those abandoned news racks would be a great addition to our city. And I think the less we do, the better. I would like to see no fees. Newspapers are struggling, and we have a handful of local papers, excellent papers, and they should be, they're free to the public, and it's very important for us to keep up to date with what's going on in our cities. So I would suggest no fees, and no ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Brandine.
Good evening, Brandine, Chamber of Commerce. The staff report indicates 4 options for consideration. No ordinance to maintain status quo. That is not acceptable. The originally proposed ordinance for expediency, modified version of the ordinance to create a uniform look in the downtown, or a new ordinance, fresh look, start from the beginning, but it's going to take forever. The issue of unmaintained news racks has been brought to the attention of the city by the Chamber of Commerce beginning in 2004. Progress made to date is negligible, particularly since we were not even able to define a permitting fee that would have allowed a second reading of the proposed ordinance in March 2018. The situation along Santa Cruz Avenue has only deteriorated in terms of disrepair. It was the publishers who first collaborated, purchased, and installed the green racks in the 1980s. The deficiency in the implementation of the original project was the responsibility for maintenance without any associated definition or ownership. In researching examples of other cities' solutions, including New York, San Francisco, Chicago, like-sized communities, they all have web photos of same green racks we have or similar ones. The difference is maintenance and ownership. Street furniture and news racks are a vital part of the sidewalk environment. They encourage economic development, but they can also have a negative effect if left in disrepair. The overall aim this evening should be to take action now, to upgrade and or replace the existing units now, to reduce current sidewalk clutter now, provide sufficient direction to staff this evening so they can return with a solution or ordinance that can be consent calendar within the next 30 to 60 days. This could be a modification to the existing ordinance, and it could come back for first reading. If council opts for solutions through an ordinance, the remaining concern is monitoring and enforcement. At present, it's not apparent that the city has current capacity to follow through with this stage. Enforcement needs to be part of the proposed solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more public comments? Okay, we'll bring it back up here. Are there any more clarifying questions from any council members?
No? Oh, and I?
Ms. Carlton?
I agree with Ms. Dean. I can't believe how long we've been talking about this, and we're still talking about it, and this is not that difficult. This is actually what one might consider low-hanging fruit in terms of making an impact on our downtown. Saying that, I would like to see us move forward, getting rid of those horrible green things and moving forward however we decide to do it. I would like us to move forward on this. Always the devil in the details. When I look at things where it says news racks on private property do not require a permit, but do require design review approval. We also have private property inside. For example, one of the bagel shops, I get my newspapers inside the bagel shop. I feel like what people do within their business is their business. And so I get that sometimes there's private property outside that this fits to, but I want to make sure that we don't start accidentally over-prescribing what people do within the inside of whether it's Pete's or Bagel Shop or wherever. I think we can be sane about this. The thing I forgot, which I actually made copies of and conveniently left on my kitchen table, I've spoken to some of the publishers and some of the people before, and the reason they don't like the corrals is because of the branding. As you drive by, they want to look up and say, oh, Daily Post, oh, Stanford or whatever, for that continual brain share as they come by. And also knowing, I've actually had to go to various places looking for a particular publication that wasn't there. So at least as you drive by, it's good advertising for what's where. So I get that. Saying that, if you ever go to the Children's Hospital at Lucille Packard, they have something I'm in love with outside. It's a newspaper corral in the shape of a yellow submarine, a la Beatles, and it's really cute. And I was speaking to Katharina, the woman that does the art that came and spoke to us last time, and she said she would love to work with an artist to put together something fun. So if we were going to distribute them, for example, someplace permanent like the park isn't going to move. Starbucks might, Pete's might, but the park won't. So we could do something near there where we could have like a Menlo Park tree distributing newspapers there. If we did a corral, I would say it would be in certain specific places where we don't mind it being there permanently. And we could do something really fun and do it with maybe some of the less branded newspapers. But saying that, I would really like to see us move forward on this. It's kind of ridiculous that those ugly things are still sitting there, and it's so difficult for some reason to remove them and make it look nice.
To chime in, I think I would be in support of reviving the prior ordinance. It seems very minimal in its impact and its ask, and possibly in the resources needed to enforce it. So I would see that as an easy first step, just to again permitting with some sort of minimal fee. Clearly, an ordinance that gives the city the right to remove these racks when they have been abandoned, and I'd have to agree with Councilmember Carlton in the sense of removing the green corrals or now the green racks. I would, given the shall we say unclear future of the print publishing industry, I would be reticent for the city to invest in any major infrastructure with regards to the displaying of physical newspapers, but in the sense of having some clear sort of guidelines and standards, and then allowing private industry to bear the cost of actually providing the racks, to me, I think is the most appropriate way to go. But yeah, I think the ordinance that was originally proposed seems to me a good first step. And if it seems as though at some point that it doesn't answer or solve the concerns that many people, or at least some in the community, have, with regards to the current situation, then we can bring it back and address it. But I do think when it comes to the issue of the unsightliness and some of the other issues, I think that this ordinance has a good shot of addressing those issues.
Thank you. Ms. Herron, I just want to check to see if Mayor Mueller was on the phone. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nash?
Well, excuse me, can I just say that our phone system seems to be failing, so he's standing by, but we can't get the phone system to work. And I feel, I know that he's very interested in this item, so he's trying to participate.
Yeah, can
We can try that, yeah. I'll do that right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
So I agree with what's been said about that we do need to do something now, that we should do it, implement it as easily as possible, as quickly as possible, and then if we need to revise it later, do some revisions. I am not in favor of a corral for all the reasons that were stated. In addition, just the visibility, I think, especially with the picture that was just displayed as part of the presentation, really looks like it could be hazardous. And so no corrals. I think we definitely need to remove the green pedestal racks. My biggest concern is just how quickly we can do something with minimal effort, and that we need to make sure that the locations do not block access to coffee shops and restaurants where there's a concern So I think we should move ahead with the current ordinance. I guess just one more comment is I have been toying with the idea of whether we need any design standards or appearance standards, but I think just to get something out there, we should just go ahead and then follow up with standards if needed.
Just in case I wasn't clear, I'm agreeing with you too on the current what we're doing, and to do it soon and to not mess with where they are, because I believe that the people that run the media agree that where they are is fine. The only thing I was saying about the art is that we leave it so that if someone on private property wants to do something cute, that they have the ability to appeal to have that reviewed if they so choose.
Thank you.
Do you want to say something? Right. Okay, we're going to hook you up to the mic here. There we go. All right. You're on speaker now.
Mayor Mueller?
I can speak now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, I apologize, first off, for the technical difficulties. The system has been unable to call me. So regardless, the thing I wanted to point out historically that's been lost in the presentation this evening is that the night that we took the vote on the prior ordinance, one of the directions that was given to staff at that time and Mr. Kogan was to go out and actually measure whether or not the ordinance as drafted would affect current news places where the news was being distributed, and that they were supposed to staff was supposed to actually go out with a tape measure and check that. And what was reported to me at that time was why this never came back to us was that they discovered it actually was actually touching upon areas where the news was being distributed. Now, I understand it's not in the news in the staff report this evening, and it's not something that has been captured. But I think that may have to do with staff turnover. But let me tell you, I do remember that. I remember making that request that evening on the first vote and saying I want to see that come back to us before the second. And so tonight, when we talk about passing the first ordinance, but we don't have a map of where it actually will affect and whether or not it's affecting any of the places that the news is currently distributed, that gives me cause for concern. So I'm not ready to enact the ordinance that have been passed at that time. I still have that underlying concern of seeing, will it actually affect the placement where people are picking up newspapers today? And if it is, and I believe it is, because I remember that was what was represented to me at that time, the thing that's most important to me in this process is that obviously we need to deal with aesthetics, but there's an overriding public policy concern. And that's that in this time of increasing decline in newspapers, to be able to get the news to people who want to read it. And we're lucky in Menlo Park. We have a couple newspapers that are able to do that. And so I think the first step that we need to go back and look at is take a survey of where people are actually getting the paper. Where are those hot spots? And then identify hot spots where we could actually increase. And then based upon those areas, figure out what the best design features should be for those areas. If there's something that can be different in some areas than others. But I actually am inclined, because I believe there was a problem in this ordinance, to going back and looking at that and actually forming a subcommittee with the newspaper publishers, putting a timeline on when that starts to the end of fruition, and having to the end of that process and having the city attorney working, when we could take the current ordinance, make that the draft ordinance and modify it as such in order to go ahead and meet that. But candidly, this coming back to us the way that it did tonight, I don't think fully captures when it went into it in the past. And I think it's just, this is one of those things where, look, we're just going to have to sit up, roll up our sleeves, sit down to get it done. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mayor Mueller. Councilmember Nash?
If Mayor Mueller's still on the phone, I am unclear what his concern is.
So, if it's okay with the mayor, the issue is in 1328-070. There are standards for placement and location of news racks, and it sets forth, how close racks can be to the curb, adjacent to wall. I think the issue was a couple of, in subdivision 4A through, I guess, I, some of these within 5 feet of any marked or unmarked crosswalk, within 5 feet of any fire hydrant, call box, other emergency facility, at any location where the clear space at the passage of pedestrians is reduced to less than 6 feet, and then certain exceptions. And I think the concern is that some of the existing news racks might have violated some of these specific standards. So, for example, the news racks that are outside of Boulanger, there or on the side street, the end of some of those may be within 5 feet of that sidewalk. So technically then that might have been in violation. And so I think the desire was to look at those locations. And I mean, now that he's saying that, I think that was the location, that was the desire to figure out whether some of those violated these standards and whether the standards needed to be tweaked. What I don't know is if we ended up tweaking these standards or not, whether we did those measurements and then whether we tweaked the standards or not. But I think that was the specific issue.
Are the standards ADA standards, or where did the standards come from?
No, these standards were pulled from other ordinances, from other cities. And we went to the least restrictive of the other cities. And again, this was done in consultation with the publishers and distributors with the idea that most, if not all of the locations where the news racks are currently located would be allowed. Yeah. It was not the intent to disallow them, but I think when it came up for the second reading, then the concern was raised that some of these might not be allowed, and that was not the intent, so let's make sure that it didn't create a violation.
Thank you, Mr. McClure, for the clarification. I believe that one of the biggest concerns for all of us are the abandoned news racks. So is there something that can be done about that within this ordinance that we can do tonight to get that process started, since, according to Ms. Dean, it's been 15 years?
So the answer is no, you can't do it tonight. This is a study session, and without adopting an ordinance that basically directs, and provides the kind of governing authority to remove abandoned and disused, newspaper racks, et cetera. You can give direction to move forward with that, but the idea is to incorporate some of these other provisions as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton?
I think the mayor would like to talk again.
Sure. Mayor Mueller?
What the issue was in terms of what the specifics are in the ordinance of where the placement of racks can go. I can't remember, and I think Bill said it may be a couple places. I can't remember how many places were identified, and it's not identified on the map this evening for us to take a look at. But I really think because that ordinance was drafted as such that it does impinge upon areas. I think this, that night I remember, and it's that I was concerned that it was sort of like we had an ordinance in front of us, but we weren't sure what areas would be affected and not. What I'd suggest that we do is we go back again sit down with the publishers, figure out where the hotspots are downtown. And again, as I've indicated, put together a subcommittee to do that with them and with the downtown businesses. Figure out where the areas are that, perhaps there's an area that everyone thinks, like Councilmember Carlton, that we can do something interesting with art, but there are other areas that are just high traffic areas that we're going to go ahead and let people do branding. I just think, again, especially because of the First Amendment issues here and trying to keep an informed public, I just think that we should sit down, put like a 6-month timeline on it, iron it out, and say at the end of that we'll come back with something. So,
Councilmember Combs?
Did you?
If I may just, since there is, so staff has done some preliminary research on the news racks, the news rack locations with respect to the ordinance, and so we have, I think, preliminary. There are news racks that do comply. There are news racks that don't comply for simple reasons such as they're not affixed, which are a requirement of the news racks. And then we can certainly explore if there are news racks that don't comply. So the intent of this ordinance is the publishers get to choose where they want to be. We are not dictating where the news racks are. So if the hot spots are where they want to be and they need to just adjust them a few inches to get to the right spot, that's the intent of the ordinance that was previously provided. So if it's the intent of the council wants to move forward with the previous, we can provide the maps of the previous of the existing news racks and determine which ones are existing or not compliant with kind of the work that we bring forward, if that's the desire of the council.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Chow. Councilmember Combs? Councilmember
Thank you.
Carlton?
That's what I was going to say, that if reading the draft document, it does give flexibility to change, hence the point about if one of the key coffee shops moves, it provides that flexibility. And ISIM provides the flexibility to make sure that they're placed appropriately. And that would be part of the permit. That's why we charge the money, is to have staff come out and make sure that they are placed correctly. I think more poignant to the question is, will they all fit? And as we line them up, right now, I'm not sure they do. They certainly will once we get rid of all those horrible green things. But one thing I did not read in this document, and again, we're not voting on something, we're giving direction. I think the direction you're hearing is that we're comfortable with this as a good starting point. We're comfortable with flexibility because that's just the way the market works. However, we need to maybe think about how we deal with prioritization. If so many come that they don't fit and they all want to be right in front of Starbucks, how do we deal with that? How do we manage that? Because they won't. Or I don't foresee the death of print anytime soon enough to where we might not have that issue. But I think what we're talking about pretty thoroughly covers these things. Is it in there?
Yes, so there is a discussion about if there's insufficient space to accommodate all the news racks, what would be the prioritization of the news racks?
I missed that.
And so just for reference, so it's in the same 13.28.070. It's item 5C, and then it discusses the the historical first-come, first-served basis to permit applicants as follows, with the highest priority for publications that are published 2 or more times a week.
I see that's 13.28.070.
5C.
Awesome. So it seems, correct me if I'm wrong, that what we have in front of us as a starting point provides the flexibility to have the people providing the media identify the hot spots. The city can work with them when they're doing design review and all this to agree or disagree and also make sure that they fit. and we have the prioritization in place so that they don't all fit, we know how to make them fit. Again, this is a study session. Do you have what you feel is enough guidance from us to be able to come back with something that addresses all of our concerns?
I actually have a question. When you say a starting point, are you saying the starting point is the prior ordinance that came before council?
Yes.
Okay, totally fair.
Because the prior ordinance provides the flexibility. It provides the ability for us to work with the publishers. It provides the ability to have a prioritization such that if they don't fit, that can be dealt with. And
so then my question is to address the mayor's concern. Was there's this idea that there are spots where people are getting newspapers now and that are popular spots for newspapers that don't that wouldn't be compliant with this ordinance, and so that's as I understood it, the concern that he had. And so my question would be to the city attorney or to staff is like, when it comes to some of these requirements, is it possible in an ordinance to make them sort of recommendations or guidelines that have some flexibility, or do they have to be sort of like? Because to me that would be another way to address the mayor's concern. Because I'll be very, I'm concerned that if this idea of going back and having some subcommittee and sitting down with the media producers or the publishers is a process that will be another decade in another city council before this is resolved. And so I think there is some agreement to Councilmember Carlton's point of like a starting point being this ordinance, right? And that had previously come before council, and using that as a foundation, if not almost in whole. But then I do think that the mayor's concerns have some validity, and that I don't want scenarios where there are spots where people are collecting or getting newspapers now that immediately become prohibited because of the ordinance.
Right. I think there are about 6 spots in the downtown where people, I think we can all identify where they are. I think we need to confirm that basically the boxes in those locations don't violate the standards that are set forth in here. I think that's a relatively easy exercise and doesn't require the formation of a subcommittee or spending time so that we can then tweak what the standards are, because I think the goal is to essentially legitimize the location of where people are getting these racks today, unless they're in an unsafe place. But these standards, again, I think we can tweak the standard to make sure that we're not creating situations where everybody says, yeah, these locations or thinks intuitively these locations are fine, and so they shouldn't be in violation. And we just need to verify that. And then come back when we return with this ordinance, the previous ordinance, we come back with the appropriate standards so that everybody is comfortable that those locations are okay. Or if there are any locations that are not, the reasons why maybe those should be moved 2 feet or 3 feet or whatever, so that they are safe. The second is there is a variance provision built into this that's not the hard variance provision like a zoning variance. And so the Public Works Director does have the authority to allow a permittee to place it in variance of these standards, and there's kind of the general language in there that gives the Public Works Director that flexibility. So I think it's all here, subject to verifying that we're not creating a bunch of violations for locations where we all think they're appropriate.
I think the direction that I'm hearing you is that would come back in the staff report.
Well, it'll come back probably with tweaked language in a draft ordinance with the staff report that will identify and explain all of that.
Any issues?
Yeah.
What is the timeline if we proceed as we seem to be with going ahead with the drafting the current the ordinance as it exists with just minor tweaks? And what I'm wondering is there anything we can do to expedite notifications starting now or something so that we have as tight a timeline as possible? Thank you.
So, I mean, it's really just sitting down and walking through what the standards are, and then Public Works planning somebody going out and actually doing the measurement in those locations and verifying that all of those locations are okay, or if they're not, what the measurements are, so that we can then make revisions to the ordinance and bring it back. And I'm kind of looking at Justin because I think the key locations in the downtown area where I think, it's Pete's, it's Trader Joe's, it's Starbucks, it's Boulanger, Draeger's, a couple of other locations.
Through the Mayor Pro Tem, so Justin Murphy, Deputy City Manager. So I guess the question was from Councilmember Nash. So as a previous Public Works Director, Deputy City Manager has said we can do anything, we can't do everything. So it's really, if this was the only thing that we were doing, we could give you a certain timeline. But with everything else going on, is the question in totality everything that's going on?
No, actually, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What I was wondering is, I believe there's a notification time period, and whether we can do anything to start that ticking earlier, especially for removing abandoned racks or something.
Okay, yeah. So if it's that one, I'll maybe defer to others in terms of the notification. But I would generally say, in terms of if there was another question about when this would be coming back, I would say after the first of the year, the amount of work that we're seeing. Yeah, okay, great. So then we can look specifically at the notification provision.
And so there is we do a 120-day notification period, and so that becomes effective when the ordinance becomes effective. So I think it would be premature to do. We certainly are notifying folks now, certainly of the study session, and we can continue as we move along. But sort of that time, that clock, I would say, would become effective once the ordinance becomes effective as written or what we propose.
I have a follow-up question. I know that the downtown news racks was a big part of the concern, but there are a couple other areas of the city that haven't been addressed, and one specifically were a few complaints about Hamilton and Willow Road, and I'm not sure if there have been complaints in other areas. So that's the second question that I have for you.
So is the question, does the ordinance apply citywide?
No, I know that the ordinance applies citywide, but I know the focus and the map has been on the downtown area. There's other areas of concerns that have newspaper racks that haven't been attended to. One specifically is Hamilton and Willow. And my follow-up question is also, what other areas have you received complaints from other than downtown in that corner on Hamilton and Willow?
Most of the complaints have centered on downtown. I don't think we've received anything directly. I think some of the complaints are on the news racks on El Camino as well, but the primary complaints have been from downtown.
In the area on Willow and Hamilton that you received a few complaints on, so I'm not sure if there are 6 or 7 news racks there, but I'm not sure if you've had any pictures, you've done any measurements, or if you've done any investigation on that corner.
I believe we do have pictures in our database. I don't think we've taken measurements. No.
Because there's not a corral there. There's just a bunch of individual stands on that corner. And it looks unsightly.
Yes, so and I'm familiar with the one that you're talking about. So we're looking for the ordinance to be able to then follow through on enforcement. So in that particular one, we're looking for the ordinance for the legal authority to address that issue.
Mayor Mueller?
Yes, I'd just like to ask, as part of the direction this evening, can we, before the draft ordinance comes back to us, could it be possible that there would be one meeting with the newspaper publishers that they'd be invited to, and members of the town, and obviously members of the public to go ahead and attend, so that we can get that feedback and input prior to it coming to the council?
we kind of already did that. In fact, I sat next to Dave Price in that meeting. And unless we're changing anything substantive, granted, if we change something substantive, absolutely. I'm sure we'll hear from them anyway. But we had a meeting with this. I forget, when was that? Last year? 2 years ago?
I think it was the fall of September.
I'll trust you on that.
It was over at Arriaga.
Yeah, it was in Arriaga.
Councilmember Nash.
So I have two, well, actually, I agree with Councilmember Carlton that if it seems that we should just proceed with the ordinance, that it hasn't changed that much, and if there's concerns that the publishers will no doubt let us know. I have two questions. One is about the displaying harmful matter as defined by CPC Section 313A to minors in a vending machine. As far as, do we have to, no material which is harmful to minors shall be displayed in a public place other than a public place from which minors are excluded unless blinder racks are placed in front of the material. Is there a requirement that we need to have, allow that material to be displayed, or can we just say that we will not allow any material that is harmful to minors to use our racks?
I believe that under both state and federal laws, we cannot prohibit it. I mean, there are specific requirements under the Penal Code that address it, and this is intended to comply with both state and federal law. The shielding language that's in here. Okay.
If it is not required by law, it would be good to take it out if it is required by law. There we go.
And we'll take a look at that and verify that, but that's my recollection.
I would assume that's why it's in there.
Yeah, and I think we did that research the last time around, and this is the kind of language we can and should have in the ordinance to comply with state and federal law and not violate First Amendment rights.
Thank you. And then one other comment is whether there's been a thought to having a tag adhered to the rack, which actually, I know there was one which provides the publisher information, but if there's one that provides the license information, so it's obvious that the rack has a license.
I think that's in here.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I was just in sort of responding to the mayor's concern. I was just wondering if, when this comes back in that process, staff can be especially proactive in reaching out to publishers and media producers, providers, in an effort to make sure that they're aware, and if they have some concerns or issues, that they attend that meeting the next time it comes before council. And I know that's probably something you were going to already do, but just to sort of more clearly put it out there.
So just to follow up on the question, there's a issuance of a permit sticker that has to be placed on the rack, and specific location and identification information.
Mayor Mueller, does he have any additional comments? Okay, so staff, do you have enough direction from the council?
I believe so, yeah.
So just for clarification, this item will come back as an agenda item on our calendar. It's not going to come back as a study session.
Correct. It'll come back with a draft ordinance for reintroduction or introduction probably after the first of the year.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, we're going to try using our system again to call the mayor.
That concludes our study session. And now our regular meeting will begin. We will take a 5-minute break. Thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order. And our next item has been moved from E3 to being first, and that is the presentation by former Mayor Kirsten Keith on Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency.
Hello
Good
there.
evening.
Good evening. It's nice to be with you here this evening. How are you? Good. I have a quick presentation on the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, and we have some slides, and I know that you have them up there as well. So for everybody to know, it's a special agency that was formed in 2003. They provide regional water supply planning, resource development, and conservation programs to enhance our water reliability. And you can see there that there are 26 member agencies from Alameda, Santa Clara, and San Mateo County. Our goal is very simple. It's to supply reliable supply of high quality water at a fair price to all of our member agencies. Here's the San Francisco Regional Water System. You can see it starts at the Hetch Hetchy and comes down to the Bay Area and services all of our area. You can see there by the pipes. We have some communities outside of San Francisco relying on the system, and you can see from this slide how that works. 2/3 of our total water supply is from this, though. And San Francisco was required to fix the system, and that's good. We want agencies to have capital improvement plans, and we certainly want that of for example, PG&E. We've been doing that at Bosca, and you can see there AB 1823 was passed in response to local elected officials and water suppliers' concerns about reliability of our water system. And that resulted in the Water System Improvement Program, WSIP for short. Most of WSIP, you can see that the WSIP is designed to meet specific purposes for high water quality, seismic reliability, which is very important, delivery reliability, water supply reliability, and system sustainability. Most of the projects under the WSIP program are now complete. There you can see it's 97% complete, which is very important for our region. Here you can see that 23% less water is used today in the Bosca region compared to the fiscal year 1986 to 87, despite the 31% population increase. Here, residential per capita has decreased by 46% in the Bosca region. This is a great slide to look at because it really shows you how our potable water use has declined, which is important when we had the drought. And you can see that the kind of that brown line is the 2019 monthly use, and that's sort of on target with the 2018 monthly use. And you can see the pre-drought 2013 in the top line, which was the most water use. So our area has really been great at reducing water supply, or their water usage, especially during the drought. And it's continuing to this day. We're taking action to ensure water quality, water supply reliability, and resilience. You can see here all the increasing risks for supply reliability in our regional water system, such as population and job growth, climate change, regulatory action like the Bay Delta Plan, which is something we're looking at now, legal action, there's a Restore Hetch Hetchy movement, and affordability. Water conservation was a key element of our long-term water supply planning before the drought, and as I showed you from that previous slide, we are still seeing people really conserve water, which is important. We have all sorts of programs from thirsty lawn to water-efficient landscaping programs that all the residents can take advantage of. Here's some rebate programs. That's our beautiful Hetch Hetchy. And that's the end of the slides. Our last meeting was September 19th, and our next meeting will be in November. We are very busy at all the meetings, moving forward on all sorts of different things, but we always get an update from the SFPUC on the water supply investment program, which, like I showed you, is about 97% complete. So things are going very well at this agency. It's very well organized and very well managed by Nicole Sankula, the executive director. So thanks. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
And just were there any questions from the council? No. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Switch my screen.
Good evening. My name is Wynn Gersich, and I used to go to those Bosqua meetings from the beginning. For 10 years, I went all the time, and that's why a lot of people on that Bosqua Water Board know me. And Dr. Wynn Parker had written chloramine causes collateral health damage, and we tried to present that because when they add chlorine to the drinking water, that is the number one cause of breast cancer. Did you know that? I'm going to put on public record, I've got to get through today, is about chlorine, cancer, and heart disease. And since it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we need to know what causes breast cancer, the additives they put in our drinking water. So then they added ammonia to strengthen it, and they knew it was going to kill your kidneys because then they opened a kidney dialysis in every city. And Bosqua never considered the fact that they could use alternative technology to disinfect the water once they changed the water pipes. They can use ozonization, microfiltration, ultraviolet lights, laser plasma. There's all kinds of things they can do not to put poison in the water. But then Jackie Spears in 2005, she added fluorosilicic acid to your water right here in this city and East Palo Alto, which had arsenic in it. And in 2005, they were supposed to reduce the arsenic levels from 50 parts per billion down to 10, because at 50 parts per billion, it'll kill 1 in 100 people with accumulation of arsenic. It would cause skin cancer, bladder cancer, colon cancer, prostate cancer. Jackie Spears thought that this was good medicine to reduce cavities, and nobody squawked about it. And nobody squawked when they added ammonia to the water. Now, what the heck's wrong with everybody? Has the lead leached so much that everybody's brain's fried? This is poison. And you know what's funny, too, is that recently, this year, they passed a law to put lead filters on all the public schools because they knew the lead was leaching. I have the original article. This was written in 2004 when they fired the health chief in Washington, D.C. because of the lead leaching from the chloramine. If we're going to have good water coming in from the Hetch Hetchy, why do we have to put poison in it? I'd rather pay for good water that doesn't have it. If what causes cancer is chemicals and radiation, why are we putting something in the water that increases trihalomethanes, haloacetic acids, and bromides? Because when these chemicals mix with the organic matter that goes down the drain, it makes secondary byproducts which cause trihalomethanes, haloacetic acids, and bromides. So we're drinking poison every time you take a sip of water. So when you go through your treatments for cancer and you're continuing to drink water that's got chloramine and the good old fluoridation chemicals, fluorosilicic acid, which is a hazardous waste product, which Jackie Spears, who's not a doctor, and put an unregulated toxin in your water, and everybody reelected her. Wasn't that nice? So you know what? Let's try to get alternative technology, and you'll really have good water. And think putting these dead bodies liquefied in lye under AB 967, it's going to cause the water pipes to break. And we're going to have another mess. So you think it took long enough to replace these pipes? What's going to happen when the sewer lines break when we have an earthquake?
Thank you for your comment. Our next item is public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment cards? Our first speaker is Lynn Bramlett.
Good evening, Council. I wrote you a memo on this topic, and I'll touch on it briefly. I wanted to know if you would consider the idea of adding definitions for Council agenda categories. And I first noticed this in the city of Oakland, and they put theirs actually right in the agenda. And I've noticed other jurisdictions have them too. And I thought they would be helpful because as I've come to these meetings, I've often noticed that sometimes, there's some wiggle room isn't quite the right word, but it's not always clear. And I think it might help council and it would help the public to know. For example, in the information category, sometimes some staff reports have asked for direction. It's embedded in there in the language. And even later tonight, we're hearing a presentation that I might wonder, well, why is it there and not in the information category? So I don't propose this to, try to lock anyone in or, be rigid or, okay, now we have these categories and you must follow them. But I think it would be helpful to think about it and have some general guidance. So I have put in some suggestions. I'm not, again, suggesting we put these right into the agenda for space purposes, but maybe you could consider some. But at minimum, if we could have definitions at your website where people could look at it and know, because I think some of us pay more attention to certain categories than the other, and then when a topic isn't there where we expect, we might miss it. Like tonight, I nearly missed one of the topics because of where it was placed. So I hope you will consider this idea. And again, I didn't dream up these definitions. I found them online from other municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Lori Passibal.
Hi, my name is Lori Pascual. I'm going to talk about AB 967 that was passed in October 2017 by Governor Brown on the liquid cremations. They passed this law without letting the public know until after the fact. It was put into 3 newspapers after it was passed. They tried to pass it 2 times before and it was stopped. And what they plan on doing is cooking the dead bodies in a vat of water with lye and then putting it down the drain. This will cause the pH to go up to greater than 11, and there was no consideration to public health or to the aging infrastructure. If you're putting the lye down the drain, what's going to do to the sewage lines? You have an earthquake, and those already deteriorating sewer lines that are going to deteriorate faster, they're going to break on you. We're going to have a serious problem here. Other things to be concerned about, I mean, here you were talking about the BASCWA showed that they had, the water supply was actually going down. You have an increasing population, water supply going down, which means your city will be drinking toilet to tap too. And when they put these dead bodies down the drain, and they are recycled for toilet for tap, you will be drinking these dead bodies, and it will be going, you will take a shower in it, it will go on the crops. It will either go into wastewater after it's treated, or it will go into biosludge, and that will be put on the crops. Sweden takes those bodies, and they freeze dry them. That's the solution. They freeze dry them, and they plant them under a tree. We could be taking these bodies, freeze-drying them, planting under a tree in a forest where we don't have to have it go into our sewage system and protect the public health. This is an outrage that they are trying to pass this thing, and I'm asking every city, and I'm asking you to personally ban liquid cremations in your city and talk to the other cities about this. It's an outrage. It doesn't have to be done this way, and there are solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next public speaker is Wen Gritch.
Hi, my name is Wayne Gersich, and I'm here again to talk about AB 967, about the liquefied dead bodies being poured down the drain. And this is an outrage, the fact that the public was not notified. And this thing was tried to pass 3 times. I helped get it stopped in 2010 and 2011. And when I found out that this thing went through, I was crying. I could not believe it. And I had written something online about mad cow disease. This was in 2011. And what's amazing is right now, you can watch it on naturalnews.com or brighteon.com. There's a thing about biosludge. They use the biosludge from your wastewater treatment plant, the feces and all that, and they put it on the crops. So in Texas right now, they're having a mad cow outbreak. All of the deer and things that are eating around these agriculture are getting mad cow disease. And this article I have right here, it says it's from Modern Farmer. It's June 3rd, 2014. the 4th fatality case for Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease, which is mad cow, and this is in Texas. And they said that mad cow comes from the animals contracting this by consuming animal feed that has parts of other cows in it. This is a vegetarian animal eating meat. And what's amazing is that this article that I have, it says it was written February 2001, and this was by the CBS News. And it says, this week, the FDA confirmed that a Texas cattle herd was mistakenly given feed with small amounts of prohibited animal byproducts that could carry mad cow disease. The cows have been barred from human food consumption, even though they ate a very small amount of the feed, and the risk of mad cow is small. Well, the strange thing is that right now they said on this article about mad cow that 300 cases a year. So anyone that goes to the bathroom and it goes down the drain with Pyron, that virus, it's like a virus, that thing cannot be killed by chemicals or fire or anything. So if we liquefy somebody's body who's died of this and it goes down the drain in our recycled toilet to tap water, we'd all have it. This may be potentially the next big pandemic, and I'm sure they'll come up with a vaccine and probably infect us all because there's nothing that cures this. This is scary. And if it's on the crops in Texas, they sell their agriculture to other states. You know, California, we ship our stuff all over the place. They probably can things, some of those canned beans and things. They could sell it to another country. We could spread mad cow all over the place, right? And this is kind of scary because this is the book that you need to read, Deadly Feast by Richard Rhodes. It tells all about mad cow disease and how it cannot be killed. But this will be the next pandemic if we don't stop water cremations. Do what Sweden's doing, freeze-dried dead bodies.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Jim Lewis.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor and council members, my name is Jim Lewis, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Menlo Park Historical Association. You may recall a few months ago, we provided to the City Council and several staff members a copy of a recently published book called Menlo, Memories and Folklore. This is what the book looked like. In this 224-page book, Chapter 22 goes into detail about the relationship between Menlo Park, California, and with Galway, Ireland. Prior mayors, Kirsten Keith, Catherine Carleton, Peter Otaki, and Richard Klein are mentioned in the book and have traveled to that country. Galway, as you know, is Menlo Park's sister city, whose relationship began nearly 150 years ago when two Irish immigrants came to Menlo Park and purchased a large ranch near the intersection of El Camino Real and Ravenswood Avenue. Recently, the Galway mayor prepared a video to discuss both the Menlo book and also a second topic being their city being elected and voted as the European Capital of Culture in the year 2020. Before you is a transcript of that video, as his accent is somewhat strong and he speaks relatively quickly. So to help follow along, you might take a look at the transcript that's before you. Judy?
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Councillors. My name is Mike Hubbard. I'm the current Mayor of Galway City. I'm delighted to speak to you this afternoon. First off, to introduce myself to yourselves, and secondly, I hope you've enjoyed the book on Menlo here in Galway, on the history and heritage of our great village of Menlo, just outside of Galway City Centre. Of course, Menlo, as you all know, is linked with yourselves and twinned with yourselves, and we're very proud of that. And of course, the great Willie Henry put that book together, and I'm sure you've all read the book at this stage. It's a fantastic read, and it really does, I suppose, enshrine the history and heritage of the great Menlo village here in Galway. Of course, Galway will be the European Capital City of Culture next year in 2020. On February 8th, we will embark on our I suppose, cultural journey with our opening ceremony here in Galway City. And so, of course, I invite you all to join us here in Galway next year as part of the European Capital Culture. And we have a number of events from February 8th right through until January 21 in terms of art, culture, music, dance, sport, etc. You name it, we'll have it. So again, I look forward to welcoming you here in Galway next year, and thank you for listening to me this afternoon. Gurmeen Maggie. Slán.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. The next item on our agenda is the proclamation for Media Day.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, we do have one more public comment. Oops.
Our next public speaker is Jen Willison.
Good evening, Council. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Menlo Together, one of the hats that I wear. And I wanted to inform you about two events that are coming up that we hope you will join us at, and also to tell the community who may be watching from home and enjoying their evening with their family. So the first event is next week. If you still want more community involvement after a night at City Council, then the next night, on November 6th, there is a program called Getting Downtowns Moving with Convenient and Sustainable Access. So what does that mean? It's looking at downtowns, talking about parking, talking about alternative ways to get downtown, kind of envisioning what housing would look like downtown so that we can address some of the climate change that's happening around us and still enjoy the vibrancy of downtown and walk around our sidewalks that might not have newspaper racks anymore clogging them. And then on November 17th is a fantastic event. It's called the Color of Law Menlo Park Edition. And some of you may have attended the Color of Law event in San Mateo, where the author of the book Color of Law, which talks about the history of redlining and segregation and the government's role in that. There was an event October 4th in San Mateo where over 300 people came to hear Richard Rothstein, who wrote this book. He's a Berkeley professor. And those of us in Menlo Park have been putting together a companion program specific to Menlo Park, where we have uncovered interviews, old housing ads, some really fascinating history of how Menlo Park was shaped, and we'll talk about what that means for us going forward in our future. So both of those events will be at the Arriaga Center, and you can get more information about those events on the Menlo Together website, which is menlotogether.org. So we hope to see you there. Thanks.
Thank you. So the next item on our agenda is the proclamation for Media Day. This is a proclamation for Mid-Penn Media Community Media Day, October 20th, 2019. Whereas the sharing of ideas and information helps to build common understanding and common values within a community, and access to information in today's media environment is critical for the healthy functioning of our community. And whereas community media organizations provide a means for diverse communities to tell their stories, hear each other's stories, and create new stories together. And whereas community media organizations provide information to the community that is not covered by mainstream commercial media. And whereas community media organizations provide people with the skills necessary for the creation, sharing, and consumption of knowledge and ideas through media, and connects community organizations, schools, and local governments to their constituents. Whereas community media is an important resource for participating in local democratic policy and processes, and whereas in many communities, people are not aware of the diverse and valuable programming on public education, and government access channels or community radio channels. And whereas communities will benefit from increased general awareness of viewing audiences for and creators of media content created by and for the community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Cecilia Taylor, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Menlo Park, do hereby proclaim October 20th, 2019 as Community Media Day within Menlo Park, and all people are hereby called upon to promote the importance of community media, training available at Mid-Penn Media, and programming available on Channel 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 75. Be it further resolved that Mid-Penn Media plays a vital role in the building of our community by encouraging conversations about our common interest, increasing discourse around policy issues, fostering understanding of local culture, and sharing information to improve our lives. Thank you so much for your service. And here you go. I'll hand you that first and shake your hand. I know we've met. Yes? Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Nice. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Okay, our next agenda item is E2, a present. Me. Now I would take public comment on Media Day. Wen Gritch.
My name is Wynn Gersich, and I want to tell you how this is an extremely important thing that you did tonight, honoring the media. I just did a video at the Media Center on San Antonio Road, and you're one of the few areas that have that, where you have your own access channel and people still have freedom of speech here. We're losing that in this country. We're having fake news and all kinds of things, and what you have here is a gem. And I'm just telling you that I totally appreciate that, and you'll see me talking about AB 967 and how we should get it stopped. And there's not too many places you can do that. And it's wonderful that this area has that, and I hope that the people who live here appreciate it, because my next place I'm going to go is Chabot. They have an access channel at the colleges. And we can't even put the things that what I just told you about this law, they won't even print it in the newspaper. You know, you can write letters to the editor, anything you say, and they will not print it. And that's why to have media recognition and still have the freedom of speech, I feel like I live in a democracy when I see this. And your town has that, and that's really important. So once again, I'm telling you that I appreciate that you gave them a proclamation for this, because it's really important, especially in today's times. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is E2, a presentation on the 2018 and 2019 Community Development Department and Public Works Department Organizational Review, prepared by Matrix Consulting.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, can we take the agenda out of order and do the Housing Commission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move that side. Where is it? Oh, next page. We will hear from the Housing Commission report, which is actually item F1. Thank you.
let's adjust this here. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, council members. I'm Nevada Merriman, and I'm here today with Karen Grove. We were elected the chair and vice chair in May of this year. At that time, we also welcomed a couple new members, Lauren Bigelow and Curtis Conroy. I believe Curtis Conroy is here with us today. Vice Chair Grove is here with us really as an expression that through this commission we have many different opportunities for leadership on the issue of housing, and we are each taking that role seriously throughout the community and really present this work together. Next slide. Our mission statement is that we are affordable housing advocates. We make recommendations to the City Council on issues related to housing policy. We also act as a conduit of information out to the community and a conduit of information back in, so in both directions. Our accomplishments are recommend BMR agreement terms, which is fairly procedural, recommend BMR funding. We have an updated housing policy priorities, our work plan. We also have worked on short-term rental regulation, community engagement, the analysis of that, and look forward to presenting more back to you in the coming months. We recommended that we become a joint powers authority to potentially allow a private developer to pursue an acquisition that could have substantially increased the city's unit count or future unit count for affordable housing. We looked at tenant relocation assistance and have since gotten an update from the Samaritan House representative. Furthermore, we have gotten updates from the city's homeless outreach team, and we have held regular meetings, which is notable because previously meetings were on a quarterly basis, and it was a little hard to see momentum going from meeting to meeting. So in that regard, although Michelle Tate's no longer part of our commission, we can thank her for a lot of the work that she did to bring some of these issues forward and try to set up an infrastructure where we could have some momentum. So thanks to Michelle. Next slide, please. So this is our work plan. There's a lot on it, really. Some of this is a bit of a relic from a previous study session that Councilmember Carlton participated in. Often it's also, we had previous staff, previous commissioners as well. So I think it does need some attention going forward. Besides the BMR housing agreements that we look at, that kind of procedural step in the development process, and housing element implementation, which doesn't have, which is cyclical, so it's kind of in a quiet period right now. We're really looking at different ways to increase housing opportunities across the city and across the income spectrum. Notably, those are through accessory dwelling units and potentially finding a place to site a higher density community. What's striking to me, without going through each one of these, is that many of the topics connect to other areas of interest that the cities are working on, and there's just a lot of ways in which housing intersects. And we're a deeply segregated city, and so as advocates of affordable housing, we're trying to address inequality through the framework you see, and admittedly, it's a limited framework to address such a big problem. So next steps, things you can look forward to, is seeing some recommendations from us on the short-term rental regulations. And the NOFA subcommittee has last year issued or announced a notice of funding availability. So that should happen again in a cyclical fashion. Right now it's timed in such a way that it can work also with the resources that the county has available. So I commend staff and my fellow commissioners for working on that. We should see some recommendations for amendments to the below market rate guidelines, and we surely need to develop a new work plan. The new work plan, the time frame for that is in December and January, and I can't help but notice that in January, council typically goes through a goal setting process, so to the extent that we take either your recommendations or staff's recommendations for how to work together to lift up some of the issues that are important to us and see if there is a way to get buy-in on priorities or hear what the priorities are. That would be very helpful so that our work plan can really dovetail from your goal setting. I think also, other work plans that I have seen in cities have a mix of items. Sometimes there are some real priorities, some items that would be easy to accomplish just based on where we are, and that's great to go after the low-hanging fruit. And also, if we could have a mix between some of those items and the items that really are potentially might make more of a difference, that could more meaningfully increase housing opportunities for people. That's a kind of personal ideal. So it's something I ask for you to keep an eye on during your goal setting process so we can really work together. Our commission, above all else, has a desire to support the City Council. We want to provide timely, useful input. And this is kind of timely because the state has many changes. There are many existing laws related to housing, and there are new laws that are coming. There'll be a study session next week that many of us will be in attendance of. To the extent that we can be useful in that process, please let us know. Some of the examples of policies that increase housing would be working through the funding the city has available. It's the Notice of Funding Availability. It's called NOFA here. Potentially upzoning a site downtown, working with the county on their Home for All efforts related to second units. That's important because much of Menlo Park is pretty much built out as single-family homes, so it's a way to look at increasing housing across the city and supporting community outreach efforts related to that. And then just one final reflection as, between asking Rhonda to hit print on these slides and me being before you this evening, is that going back to that idea that housing's connected to a lot of other things that the city's working on. To the extent that you can lift up the commission or find ways to strengthen that connection, we would ask you to do that. So an example of that is the Transportation Master Plan. I believe there's a seat from the Housing Commission, but many times people say, hey, transportation and housing are two sides of the same coin. There's nothing preventing our housing commissioners from applying for at-large seats, but a way to further strengthen places where housing could have an input is to look at some of those cross-functional groups and potentially invite the commission to be part of that. So if you have any questions, we're here for you.
Thank you for the presentation, Commissioner Merriman. Is the mayor still on the phone? Okay. Mayor Mueller, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Council members, do you have any questions for the commissioners? Councilmember Carlton.
You'd mentioned that you had a rather long list of items and that you said kind of under your breath, but I heard you, that some of it might have been legacy. Mm-hmm. If you were going to edit these down, did you feel that all of them need to be done, or is there, how can we help you, I guess is what I'm asking.
Do you have an answer? Go for it. Well, one thing is that since the list was that we came up with the list, we've had changes at the city. We have a different council. We have districts. So, what might make sense for one district may not even really impact another district. So I think helping us sort through it a little bit. My personal priorities, I'd love to see ways that we increase additional housing, either through ADUs or through upzoning a site, in a community in one of our areas of opportunity. That would be great. And so many of these issues kind of touch upon that in a backdoor way. In a couple of years, we will have the opportunity to go through the housing element process again. So do we need some time to warm up to that? those are some things we could have as bigger picture goals. So do all of the things need to be done. Many of the items have changed and may change as a result of your subcommittee efforts also. So it's
Great. Well, thank you for the great work that you're doing. And please, I know both of you actually do reach out to me, so I assume you're reaching out to the others. Keep up the communication and let us know any way that we can help support your efforts.
I want to second what Councilmember Carlton had said, and thank you so much for the important work you're doing and all of the Housing Commission. We would love to get you more engaged as we go forward with looking at increasing housing across the city. And I want to request that if you see areas where you feel you can help, just make sure that you also let us know if we haven't reached out already. Thank you.
Well, I would like to just make one comment, which is I think we should look at the opportunity to add more housing at all levels of affordability downtown as an opportunity. Some of the language that we use to describe that work is kind of like it's ominous and it's coming upon us. And I really see that as an opportunity to redress our history of racial exclusion and socioeconomic separation, and just to make our communities more interesting and more connected, multi-generational. And so I think we can look at all of this in a very light of opportunity. And that's part of the work that I think we all need to do already to lay the groundwork, because change is difficult, but it can be really good.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for all the work that you do on the commission. Okay, the next item is E2, the presentation from Matrix Consulting. And our Deputy City Manager, Justin Murphy, will do the introduction on this item.
Great. Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor. So I will provide some introductory remarks while Mr. Pennington gets the presentation set up. So I'm looking to kind of help set the stage for tonight's presentation. So I'm just going to start with a little bit of background. So an organizational review provides an opportunity for an independent third party to provide observations and recommendations for potential improvements for the operational administrative functions of a city department. These reviews are typically conducted with a spirit of continuous improvement in mind, with the use of comparisons to industry best practices. The documented reviews serve as a tool for city management to consider how best to chart a course for delivering services in a cost-effective and efficient manner. So back in 2012, the city embarked on a process of preparing organizational reviews on a department-by-department basis with the goal of covering each department. Tonight, we are before you moving one step closer to bringing that to reality. The first review was with the police department in 2013 by Belcher L. Medina and Associates. That review was followed by one prepared by Management Partners for the Administrative Services Department. Shortly thereafter, Municipal Resources Group embarked on a concurrent review of the Community Services Department and the Library Department in the 2014-2015 timeframe. The organizational reviews for the remaining two departments, Community Development and Public Works, were identified and council work plans started in 2016, but were not initiated until 2018. So in August 2018, the city entered into a contract with Matrix Consulting Group to perform the reviews for both Community Development and Public Works. At the conclusion of this process, the city will have a total of 6 reports covering all city departments prepared by 4 different firms. So the final reports for Community Development and Public Works are nearing completion. Tonight, Alan Pennington from Matrix Consulting Group will provide a high-level overview of the themes and recommendations of the reviews as a preview of the forthcoming reports. There is no action that the council is to consider tonight, but the council is welcome to ask questions. Similar to organizational reviews for other departments, staff will consider this the recommendations and identify a process for implementing them based on available time and resources. Any items that require council action, such as policy or budgetary changes, staff would identify potential actions for consideration either through the annual budget process or as a discrete item depending on the topic and the timeliness. So that concludes my introductory remarks, and I'll now turn it over to Alan Pennington to make the presentation.
Thank you, Justin. Alan Pennington with Matrix Consulting Group. I think Justin gave you a good overview of what led up to us being here tonight to present the high-level findings. The Matrix Consulting Group, just to give you a little background, since it's the first time we've worked with you in a while, is a local government management consulting firm. We're based in San Mateo. We've been conducting local government management consulting since 2002. And we were pleased to work with you on these two efforts for public works and community development. What I'm going to take about 15 minutes, I know your schedule is a little off, but I'll try to stay on task, is give you a high-level overview of the process we went through and what the key findings were in those two departments so that you have some sense of the direction that we are providing in the report. So in the methodology that we used in conducting this engagement, we started by doing a series of interviews and data collection with staff so that we can understand your organization, how it's structured, what makes you unique as a community, and not bring in considerations from the hundreds of other communities that we've worked with. We spent a lot of time interacting with staff, and that was both through interviews as well as interim reviews of deliverables to understand how they operate and allow them some opportunity to share their thoughts with us. We developed a profile of the existing operation. We call it a profile or a current state assessment. That allowed us, as we looked at making recommendations, to document how it would change your organizational structure, processes, or staffing. As you heard in the introduction, we did a best practices comparison where we compared the operational practices within public works and community development against those employed by other high-performing organizations or professional associations in the field. And then we moved into the analytical task, which is where we developed the recommendations that we're going to summarize for you tonight. The project methodology was fairly consistent between both projects. The only difference, and this kind of summarizes it a little bit more detail, the only difference was within the community development study, we did do a survey of public stakeholders. So we provided opportunities for developers, prior applicants, to complete an online survey as well as to participate in focus groups with us so that we could understand from their perspective what were changes that would make Menlo's Park's permitting processes and land development processes more efficient, more effective, or more responsive to their needs. Otherwise, you can see we went through an initial issues phase, the stakeholder survey and focus groups, best practices, staffing, technology assessment, organizational assessment, and we are now at the final report. So I'm going to jump right in and give you the key themes from community development. So all of the slides we're going to talk about focus on opportunities for improvement or change. I do want to start by saying there's a lot of good things happening in both of these departments. And you should, when you read the report, I think that will come through. But in a report of this nature, you focus on what are the potential opportunities to change. So just to put that in perspective. So the key themes for community development are that the planning and building permit review processes are handled differently in terms of project management, review, comment transmission, and other internal processes. And that creates to some confusion, inconsistency, misunderstanding of the process. So there are a series of recommendations to more standardize those processes. The permitting system that's currently in place is not fully meeting the needs of staff or their customers, whether for tracking information, reporting information, or providing online services to the applicants. At the time we were doing our field work and doing the assessment, there were not really key performance indicators that were in place to proactively monitor workload or staff performance, and so we've made some recommendations regarding that. Customer education and outreach efforts should be expanded. One of the key things we heard from the stakeholders was a lack of sometimes understanding of what the process was, not necessarily disagreement with the process, but a lack of understanding. And we hear that frequently when we talk with stakeholders and developers who work in communities who may have very high development standards. They don't always complain about the standard itself. It's whether they understand it or it's applied consistently. And another major impediment for staff as well as developers is the zoning code has not been comprehensively updated recently, and that's impacting effectiveness, both in understanding and applying it in a consistent manner. And we do note in the report that that's not a minor undertaking, that's a fairly major undertaking when you go to do that. So we understand that, and it would have to factor into a multi-year work plan. I mentioned the stakeholder feedback, so I did want to just sort of summarize what we heard directly from them. Customers generally understand what's necessary to move the project forward, but they have great uncertainty about how long it will take to get through the process. They had some concerns about the lack of proactive communication. They felt that the city could better improve coordinating reviews among staff so that those internal reviews were coordinated in a consistent manner. They did find that speaking to permitting staff is more helpful than using the website. That's a good thing. It's also a negative in that the more they're calling in or coming to the counter, it's taking staff time away. They did view portions of the development review process as overly complicated, unpredictable, and ever-changing from one project to another, so a lack of consistency. But generally, they did have great satisfaction with the building inspection process specifically and the inspector's work, but felt that the time frame for getting an inspection was too long. So there's a lot more detail in the report, but that gives you a high-level sense of what we were hearing from them and what we were not hearing from them. The next couple of slides hit the highlights of the recommendations. We have recommended that you implement review timeline standards by application type and track performance. What this means is for each type of permit, you would make a commitment that it would be reviewed in X number of days, and you would track your performance against meeting this. It's a critical component for developers in putting together their projects to know what's that review time. It's also a shared responsibility that if they don't submit quality work to you to review, it's going to take a second or a third review, and it may take longer to do. But you should at least have a standard that you can track staff performance against. And then develop and report on those performances frequently and transparently, putting it on the website, how well you're doing. Part of this job is, your job is to get the message out when you are doing well. And when you are meeting those standards, you want to make sure you're communicating that out. There is a recommendation to develop and implement a proactive below market rate housing audit program. We heard earlier about the inconsistency in review processes. We are suggesting that you have a single consolidated list of plan review comments so that applicants get one set of comments that has all the comments from every department at one time. Provides a more consistent approach. It also ensures that as a city you can look through them and make sure your departments and divisions aren't issuing competing or conflicting comments to the public. We have some recommendations in there to revise internally the weekly planning staff meetings to focus more on application and submittal completeness checks. Expanding the planning counter hours by staffing a planning tech at the counter, permit counter in the morning, again to increase that customer service. One major organizational change we recommend, and you'll hear it both in community development and public works because it impacts them both, is relocating the land development engineering functions from public works to community development. It would put all of the land development review functions under one manager, under one oversight, and we feel that that would work better for your organization. And then there are some minor modifications to staffing allocations, creating the position of project coordinator to serve as case manager for major applications and serve as that single point of contact for applicants, converting a plan check engineer position to full-time, adding an additional inspector, and transitioning from some contract planners to a full-time in-house long-range planner to build capacity. There's also a series of recommendations to enhance customer education, and these include having some periodic meetings regularly scheduled to sit down and talk with developers about what's occurring and what they're facing, keeping that dialogue open, developing an authority matrix and posting that on the website. When we're referring to an authority matrix, it basically lists for each type of application who's responsible for reviewing it and where approval occurs. If it's happening at an administrative level, planning commission, city council, it's part of helping the developers and applicants know what the process is. Enhancing the website to provide a better overview of the entire development review process, including frequently asked questions and process flowcharts. Creating a planning commission calendar showing application deadlines and having that available online also, because if you miss a deadline for a planning commission meeting, you can add a month to your process very quickly. So keeping that public and out front in the development process helps the applicants know what they're trying to hit. And implementing some fillable PDF forms until the time that electronic submittals are available and implemented. All of those would improve the service to the public. The last few slides deal with Public Works. So key themes within Public Works is the need to update documentation and some standards to provide clearer guidance and consistency of application. What we're talking about here is engineering standards, CIP development and management manual. Adopting service level standards for major work activities so that you have a service level target that you're trying to achieve that you can then use for resource planning and resource allocation, which ties into the next bullet point, which is talking about additional workload planning efforts should be undertaken to schedule and manage the existing workloads. Staffing adjustments to align staffing with workload and service requirements are going to be needed. And then we wanted to note that the department is pursuing APWA accreditation, which is a positive. So the key recommendations in Public Works, again, relocating the land development engineering from Public Works to community development, adopting Caltrans documentation guidelines for your standard details, updating the engineering details and standards, developing a resource-loaded project schedule for all capital projects to be designed and inspected each year. This really ensures that you have identified the resources, whether they're internal or external, to actually implement and put in place a capital program that you've adopted. Completing a final report on all capital projects upon completion of construction and acceptance of the project, and as I mentioned earlier, developing the capital improvement projects development and management manual. Enhancing funding for replacing aging equipment. While you've done fairly well in that area, we have identified that some of that equipment and moving fleet is growing older in age, and you're going to have to appropriately fund that, or else it'll have longer term operational impacts in terms of preventive maintenance and mechanic needs. Implementing a preventive maintenance program for the facilities maintenance section. Again, defining the service levels for all the major work areas within Public Works, and then developing an annual work plan. Again, making sure that you are tying your existing resources to what you can actually accomplish, and where there's a deficiency, then that becomes a resource allocation issue that needs to be addressed through budgeting or other methods. There are a couple minor staffing allocation changes in this area also, adding an equipment mechanic, adding a maintenance worker in the tree section, and adding a maintenance worker in streets. So that's a quick high-level overview of the two reports, the key themes that you'll see when you get them to read, and the major recommendations that are contained within it.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any public comment cards? But before that, do we have any clarifying questions from the council? Mayor Mueller, do you have any clarifying questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to public comment. Our first speaker is Lynn Bramlett.
Good evening again, Council. Lynn Bramlett. I live in District 3. And I wanted to say at a high level, the report, the recommendations are very focused on the developer's experience. And that could be individual project manager. But I think what the residents are saying, I know I'm saying it and I've heard it elsewhere, we want these departments more focused on our experience, and particularly the Community Development Department. I wanted to mention that we didn't hear tonight direct mention of including the experience of residents, even though there have been some major concerns. We've been hearing these for years, actually. We heard quite a few at your June 11th moratorium meeting. Questions about, for example, the guiding principles. They lacked benchmarks built into them, the public benefit policy, a process for amenities. And a lot of this is our experience. And so I hope when this final report comes out, even though some retro work might need to be done, we have these matters addressed. I do want to point out that since at least March, staff has been reviewing the results of this report. We're hearing it tonight. That's a long period of time. And while, yes, I recognize the consulting firm is independent, I have to question just how objective and independent the final report will be in terms of the total span of recommendations when you see it. But more importantly, this kind of study would have been better building in the residents. So I gave you a handout or a memo with some of my concerns. First, I'll start with the presentation tonight. We didn't have a chance to see it in advance and prepare comments. A study of this kind, staff are here to serve you and the residents. They're here to serve the public and implement the council's priorities. And so setting priorities, it just would be better if all stakeholders were involved. So I personally think the topic warrants a full discussion. I hope when it comes back before you, we do have it. I would like to suggest for future presentations like this that consultants work directly with council and that some kind of thought is given in terms of the initial design of the RFP to build in the residents. I mean, we are an important stakeholder group in town, though frankly it doesn't always feel that way. So I gave you a list. Longer term, I also suggest again the idea of having a city auditor to reporting directly to council to periodically do these reviews as a systematic way to continue to improve processes here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Councilmember Carlton.
Sure. We do kind of have a city auditor, and as an auditor should be, is from external to the city, because that's what consultants do best. You can get caught up too much in the middle, having an internal auditor permanently there. And thank you very much for coming and doing this. This is one of the areas of the city that's very dear to my heart. And first, before I get into my questions, I just want to clarify, because that wasn't my interpretation at all, that this was focused on corporate developers. I've heard consistently for years from many residents who are trying to fix up their kitchens, trying to add on to their house, trying to whether new or renovations, the same level of frustration. And I just wanted clarification that when we talk about delays and processes that need to be fixed, that this actually is targeted on the residents developing their home as well as corporates. Is that correct?
Yeah, it does address all types of permits and applications. The key themes that we heard were consistent across all applicants.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure, because that was my interpretation.
Right. And the stakeholders that were invited on the survey and to focus group meetings included prior customers, but it wasn't only limited to one type of applicant. It was a much broader cross-section.
Okay, thank you, because I do hear a lot of frustration from the residents working on their homes as well. So permitting software does not meet the needs of our staff. I assume that's the old one, because we literally days ago just put in new software.
Correct. So as you heard, we started this project last August, and most of the field work was done from August through November, December, and then we wrote the draft report. And for a variety of reasons, with staff changes and others, that review has taken longer than typical or desirable. But yeah, so it was what was in place at the time with the features that were in place at that time.
Okay, so we can check that one off the list. You say consistently through the whole report, talking about performance indicators, proactively monitoring workload. I like that. I like that because it protects the sanity of the staff, as well as making sure that everyone stays focused on the timelines and getting things moving swiftly. And it also addresses people's perceptions as to what's being delayed and when and how. And so I really like that a lot. When you talk about customer education and outreach efforts, is there anything specific that's very, very vague? Is there any specific area? What customer? What education?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
So specifically having, for the community development side, specifically having some general information about the entire application and review process, summarizing that, rather than having to read through lengthy city codes to try to understand what the process is. Something that summarizes that, some flow charts that show here's the process that you move through, having those time standards there so that they can better plan out what's a project take. Because, you'll always hear the complaint, it takes too long to do business in Menlo Park or wherever you're doing it. I can tell you we've done work in neighboring communities, and you hear the same developer come and say the same thing about the two communities, and they point to the other one as being better. So what your task is really is to make sure you've clearly explained what your expectations are, what the processes they need to go through, what the time frame it will take, and what needs to be submitted. If you've done a good job making that clear on what the process is and how they get through it, then the burden shifts to your applicant to make sure that they meet that. And that's how you can then hold both sides accountable in the process.
So you keep using my favorite word, process. I was told by some previous staff members that there was a running joke that it was a drinking game. Every time I said fix the process, all the staff got to drink.
I'd be in trouble.
Yeah, because, and I'll out myself, I used to work on SAP projects. I used to do business process reengineering. And I know for a fact from personal experience that often you can go through and you can streamline processes. You can make processes work more effectively and efficiently so that you don't necessarily have to hire more people. The process itself is fixed. Right. And so I assume that's what you are alluding to in this, in terms of going through and making it run more effectively, efficiently for the process that you discussed right there, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, because that's a Herculean task in itself. Develop and implement a proactive, below market rate housing audit program. That sounds great, but what do you actually envision that doing? What do you envision that indicating, and how would we use that?
We actually have not provided the details of how it should be. We've tried to make it a priority that you need to focus on doing that. Our task wasn't really to develop that audit program for you, but it was something that came out during the review as a need within the community, a need within the city, and we felt it was enough to prioritize that some resources should be placed on that focus area.
Excellent. And you say you issue a single consolidated list of plan reviews. I think that's fantastic, because sometimes I myself has experienced when I have worked in my house years ago that one group of staff members actually completely contradicted the other group of staff members. So having this on one lets them kind of sort it out amongst themselves and have a more professional front with the customers. But that will also delay things that much further to have that additional conversation.
Not necessarily, because if you use the technology, people should be entering their comments into the system so that nobody has to physically compile them anymore if you use technology right. It does take somebody at the end to review them before they issue it, but that's usually not a difficult thing to do to make sure there's nothing conflicting, because you're not really reviewing them for technical compliance. You're just making sure the fire department hasn't said you have a problem and you need to move the road, this far, and somebody else, Public Works, is saying, no, you need to move it the other way. If you're looking at a subdivision or something. It's really not that difficult, and if it's done correctly, it doesn't have to add a lot of time to the process, but it will make you will be viewed as speaking with one voice, speaking more authoritatively, clearer to the applicant, and your expectations will be better for them, and they'll know what they need to do to meet them.
No, I absolutely agree. I think it's a fantastic thing. Who would be the person that would be doing that review?
That's why we talked about having the person to sort of be the case manager for those larger projects. Usually it's somebody, whoever is the intake on the permit, so on a planning application, that would be a planner, or on a building permit, it could be, the plan reviewer. Whoever is routing that plan out to the other departments and receiving the comments back would be the final one to review that and send them back out.
It's good for the goose, good for the gander. As to the previous comment, I'd like to make sure that the residents get the same protection and respect, that they get a consolidated, professional, single.
It would be the same for every application.
Okay, great. And when you say revise weekly planning staff meetings to focus on application and submittal completeness checks, what is submittal completeness? Is that a weekly plan to go through what we just discussed, or?
It's where they're reviewing the plans that have come in, and they need to do a completeness check on them to make sure they have everything that they need in order to actually conduct a review. So we're saying there needs to be greater focus on doing that at those meetings early, so that you can identify if there are deficiencies and share that with the applicant.
Okay. So when you talk about the staffing allocations, yeah, in the real world, I'd like to hire everybody. And the pressure we're under is unfunded pension liabilities and making sure that we're fiscally responsible. And that's why years ago, council made the decision, which, we might need to review at this point, of hiring consultants rather than FTEs. And the problem with that is we tend to have them for shorter periods of time, and it's not as effective because we're constantly getting people up. Few people it's worked out with in some areas. What has been your experience? Is that one of the things that you looked at, is the consultants that we brought in versus the FTEs? And is that what you're getting here to when you talk about converting to full-time positions? Is it not working in your opinion? How did you review those issues?
So the one plan check one is not currently full-time, so we're saying that needs to be full-time rather than a part-time. For example, the additional inspector position, that could be contracted. We're just saying our view is you need an additional FTE to perform that function. The one that we specifically do say should be in-house is the contract planner for in-house long-range planner.
And that was my next question. How do you define in-house long-range planner?
So in-house, long-range means you are looking at the broader plans rather than, you're not doing the current planning. You're not reviewing the applications. You're developing neighborhood plans or zoning amendments or other things that are looking to the future of the community rather than a specific development. And the reason we've recommended that you bring that in-house rather than contract planner is it's so integral to who you are and what you're going to be as a community that we typically see that the result is better when you have somebody who is a part of the organization that's developing that for you. It's not impossible to do it the other way, but we've seen better results there.
Okay. And I can't find it in here, but you were talking about pulling something out of the planning and putting it into...
Land development engineering.
Yes. Why?
Because our perception from
Well,
working with staff...
First, for the benefit of everyone, can you define what that person does?
Yeah, so in engineering, they are reviewing the land development applications for the engineering, the infrastructure, stormwater, utilities, other things. They're reviewing the plans. We're suggesting that having all the individuals that are doing those plan review functions under one supervisor provides a better opportunity for ensuring consistency, for having one person if you're falling behind. We're not talking department to department. I've got one person to hold accountable for that, and they're organizationally located together. They can work together. We just feel it would work better in meeting the service levels that we're trying to achieve here, the efficiencies and the approach. I will tell you, we work with a lot of communities. It's probably 50-50. That's one group that bounces around a lot. Sometimes they'll move them into public works. Sometimes they'll move them to community development. But for here, with the issues we saw, we thought it would work better having them relocated. I believe they were there in the decade or two ago. at one point in Menlo Park.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Do we have any follow-up questions? Mayor Mueller, do you have any questions? Keep looking your way. Sorry.
No, I don't have any questions. What I would say, though, is that this is a management audit, and to the extent that our city manager and professional staff thinks there are things in the audit that they'd like to bring to us to look at for a policy weigh-in, I think that'd be great.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. I don't know what page number this is. On community development key recommendations, it says transition from one contract planner. How many contract planners do we have now?
I'm not going to remember that from memory. I'll have to look it up. Let me turn around, because I know Deanna.
The contract planner. Yeah.
Good evening, Deanna Chow, Interim Community Development Director. So at the time of the study, we had 2 contract planners. Currently, we have 0.
Okay. That was easy. But we do have a full-time long-range planner now.
We do not have a full-time long-range planner now.
So we don't have any staff person in either of these roles that are listed at the bottom.
So we have long-range planning. We do have folks who, are sort of hybrid. They do long-range planning. They do current development, but there's not someone who is solely designed or dedicated to long-range planning efforts.
Okay. And I have a follow-up question to question that Councilmember Carlton brought up as far as the software. Since we do have updated software, so what on this list wouldn't apply from your recommendation, saying that we did need to update our...
On that one, we'd probably need to spend a few minutes talking with staff about what they've implemented in the last month or so to identify that for you, but we'd be happy to provide that to you.
And then,
because what we identified in there was a need to be able to get out reports to track performance. None of that was capable within the system, or the way it was set up. The ability to have online applications and electronic permitting, if you want to do that, those functions weren't available in that other system.
I just wanted to follow up, just so that we don't fall into the trap of death by $50,000 study. Are we going to hear back from management on which of these recommendations you would like to address?
I don't know. I think that's a good question. But I did want to point out that the software is still in the implementation process. While we'd originally anticipated that it would be live by now, we're looking at the week of Thanksgiving as our launch point. So we're very close, but it's not live yet. So now I think we would want some experience with the new software to evaluate, post-implementation, the usability as well, and then at some later point. I'm sure we will bring back some recommendations during the budget process.
Okay, great. My only concern is that if we spend the money and the time and the effort to have these studies done, I want to make sure that we don't say, oh, check, and put them on a shelf, that they become living documents that we can use and move forward, and that we hear feedback on what's being implemented and what's a nice to have that we're not going to address yet, just to make it actionable.
Councilmember Nash.
I'm looking for a little bit more information on the long-range planner. If we have that covered by several different positions, is that something that's recommended to be consolidated, or is it satisfactory with several different positions?
We recommended the dedicated position because what happens when the current planning workloads peak, if you get a lot of applications, current planning is always going to take precedence over long-range planning. But long-range planning is as critical, if not more critical, to making sure you know where you want to be as a community. That's the risk when you have it split, is it's the easiest thing that gets pushed off because if you adopt standards and you have review timeframes, you need to meet those on your applications. That's really the reason we suggested segregating it. Doesn't mean nobody else does any long-range planning, but we felt there should be one person dedicated to that in your organization.
I have a follow-up question. Just during your assessment, you were looking at what staff was working on and what their best practices are and what their role is, and then you kind of observe them. If you could walk me through like a 20-minute session, but not in 20 minutes.
Yeah, so we did interviews with staff to understand how they were currently performing duties, what they were doing, what their assignments were, the processes they use, the technology they use, to understand who you are as a process. We then compared your organization's processes and staffing allocations to other communities, to best practices, to identify current strengths, and there are a lot of them, and then potential improvement opportunities. And then we analyzed those improvement opportunities and came up with specific recommendations. Because there are some things you may be doing that may not be best practice, but really work well for your community, or you have a policy in place and it's appropriate. So that's sort of how we try to make sure the recommendations are tailored to your organization and are meeting your needs.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
So it really wasn't related to a specific
project. Processes overall,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
We did look at several specific projects in terms of the comments that were issued, the staff reports that were written, to understand how well they did or where there were opportunities for improvement, but we weren't evaluating those specific projects.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Right. So we are moving to the consent calendar. Are there any items that any council member would like to pull?
G1, G2, and G6.
And G5.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, I also have a public comment on G3.
G3. Okay. It's going to be a long night.
Oh, boy. Mayor Mueller, were there any items on the consent calendar that you wanted to pull?
No, I'm fine with what's been pulled. Thank you.
Thank you. The only item that was not pulled is receive and file the quarterly financial review of the general fund operations.
So moved.
We have a public
Oh,
comment.
we have a public comment.
Oh, I didn't.
I'm sorry, Lynn, did you put in a card for G4? Oh, my apologies. I only saw the G3.
Okay. Well, for clarification, all items are being pulled from the consent calendar. So we'll start with G1. Not sure, it was Councilmember Carlton, if you pulled it.
I had spoken to Starla about 924 N1 about the San Mateo County Labs in Bellhaven. I thought, and I don't know if you went back and looked at this or not, that it says City Council discussed placing monitors in other areas of Menlo Park and received information of the collection and availability of the data. I thought that we were going to receive more information about the possibility of doing this throughout the city. It just said received information of the collection availability.
We can definitely look into that and reach out to the county and see what they can do.
Okay. As I say, I thought that's what we said, but by the time we get to council member reports, I'm not entirely sure. But
I thought we discussed 5 proposed areas in the Bellhaven neighborhood, and not more than that. So that the council approved. but I can reach out to the county and see if they can place more filters throughout the community.
Okay, great. And then on 10-1, I mentioned to you that E4 disappeared.
Oh, the minutes?
Yeah,
No, it's
in
on
the
next.
minutes, E4 was pulled.
No, I think the action is at the top of the next page.
Oh, okay. I see. And then the next action was accept E4. Okay,
Right.
we're good. All right, I'm fine on that. I just had those questions.
I had a question regarding voting on the minutes. Since I wasn't present at the September 24th meeting, is there a way to split them?
Yeah, you can just abstain. Note that you're abstaining on the vote on that set of minutes.
Okay. And then I have a question on October 1st. The October 1st minutes didn't reflect what the council stated. I believe the follow-up on the redistricting committee.
What number was that?
That's a good question.
Oh, F2.
F2. And is that something, I mean, I went back, I'll need to go back again and watch the meeting, but it wasn't a reflection of what the council stated. I know that there was no action. And those are my only two comments on the
I'm
meeting.
sorry, can you be more specific? I'm not sure what you're saying. Well, I mean, if you want, you can pull the minutes and we'll go back and look at the tape and then bring it back again.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, on to G2. Okay. We'll take public comment. Mr. Curtis Conroy.
Good evening, Mayor Mueller, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, council members. Thanks for your service and the opportunity to address you tonight. I'm speaking not as a housing commissioner, just as a Menlo Park resident. I read the staff report on this item, and it mentions the appraisal that was conducted, and but I didn't find a copy of the appraisal. And one thing that had me quite concerned is it mentions that from 1950 to 1978, the parcel was used as a gas station. And in my many years of working for MetLife, which had a $24 billion real estate portfolio, we got into a lot of investments that had environmental problems that we weren't fully aware of before we got into them with the partners, and they cost us a lot of money. Perhaps this was addressed in the appraisal, and a full environmental assessment gave it a clean bill of health. But if it wasn't and hasn't been, that's something that the city should look at. I think it's great that we're buying the parcel. The city's buying the parcel. I would love to see it be used for community services, possibly including a homeless shelter being built there. But we should know what we're buying and make sure that we're paying the right price. Thanks.
Thank you.
If you'd like, I can answer that question.
Please.
We have both a Phase 1 and a Phase 2 on the property. Mid-Penn did that before they acquired the property. They were acquiring the property for a housing project, and the standards, cleanup standards for a housing project are pretty rigid and stringent, and the property did have a closure closure from the county and the State Regional Water Quality Control Board back in, I think it was 2000, and then Mid-Penn did the Phase 1 and then a Phase 2 for further follow-up and study to test for other chemicals and to verify that there had not been an increase in the level. There's kind of a very low residual level of contaminants, but no further action is required, and was approved for a residential development and their type of plan. So we're satisfied that that what's remaining there doesn't affect the value of the property.
Thank you. And does that mean the appraisal for the property increased because they did phase 1 and phase 2?
It just means it's not reduced. It doesn't negatively impact the value of the property because the property is, well, it's not quote unquote clean. It is meets all of the federal and state standards for development for residential property.
Thank you. Are there any follow-up questions?
Yes. So I picked up on the same thing because it can cost many millions of dollars if the wrong thing turns up. And so I got a copy of the environmental reports 1 and 2 and read them. And they specifically say that there are residual things. It says, while the case for the UST has been closed and therefore no action currently required, impacts may remain in the surface. A site management plan would be a prudent measure to have a plan in place during development should residual impacts or yet unidentified conditions of concern be identified. It also said that what was approved was having commercial development with housing on top and to keep people away from the dirt, particularly families and children who tend to get in the dirt more than others. And it also said specifically not to dig because there is stuff there and there's a liability. And so when I saw in the contract that it said, quote unquote, as is, that means we're taking on liability. And that is probably okay. But if you look at what's happening in different areas of San Francisco right now, things can come up and cause huge delays. And so I'm not saying we shouldn't buy it, but all that being said, I then got all these phone calls this afternoon from people from the fire district saying that they wanted to buy it. And if there is some concern, there's certainly, in my mind at least, not zero concern about the safety of the land with regard to contaminants. I'm just wondering, yeah, it's really good for us to buy it. We do need more housing. But we've also talked in various times about the importance of emergency services in that area, particularly where there are traffic, where they're constrained. And I guess I'm just asking, why did we not know they wanted it when we said we'd buy it back? That's kind of what I got when I spoke to some of the people involved, that the city and Mid-Penn had started this, and then kind of late in the game, the fire district stuck their hand up and said, actually, we would like it. Because I'm concerned about making sure that we have adequate fire protection, adequate emergency response in that area as well. Is there a reason why we're not considering letting the fire district have it? I guess I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying I would like to have that discussion so that I understand better in my mind, because it seems like that's a perfect area to provide emergency services. I don't know who can answer that question.
Yeah, so nothing would preclude the city from selling the property to the fire district if that is the decision of the city. The fire district has not indicated that they would buy it. They've indicated an interest that they might be interested. They're looking at design. They submitted a letter, but they didn't specify, what the details or the price would be. So if the council decides to move forward, it does not preclude us from either assigning the contract to the fire district for them to acquire the property or turning around and selling it to them if that's a more appropriate use of the property.
So I spoke to Virginia Chancarelli and to Harold Chapelhoman, the chief, who made no bones about the fact that they wanted this. I'm not sure why we would buy it to then sell it to them, because once we buy it, we have the liability of whatever's in that ground. Now, I think that the fire district are good, honorable people, and I don't think they would want to do anything, but there is that possibility that once we buy it, they'll say, well, we'll buy it, but we won't buy it as is. You remain having some of the liability of what you purchased that we don't know is in the dirt. And I guess I just don't understand, why are we taking on that potential liability if they want to step in and buy it, and if they're going to end up buying it anyway, why are we taking on that liability? I guess, and there may be a good reason. I just want it in my own mind to understand why we're doing this.
Why? You probably had your light on before me. Okay. I actually am asking a clarifying question. Didn't the city own it initially and then sold it to MidPen?
No.
And it was no.
It's never been owned by the city.
Okay, the property was never owned by the city. Okay.
We owned a strip on the front of the property that was the former right-of-way, but with the previous owner before MidPen, there was an agreement that private property developer would develop the site for a city services center or police annex and a commercial strip. And that deal fell apart a number of years ago, but the city never owned the property itself.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity, Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, so I'd actually like staff to weigh in, because my understanding that staff on our side and staff on the fire district side were supposed to engage over this issue of us purchasing it or them purchasing it, or just sort of the purchasing of this land by a public agency. And so how did your discussions with them end to the point that at this point now we have Councilmember Carlton saying that she has the chief and the president of the fire district calling her saying that they want to purchase it. And I just like to put out there, no one has called me to say that they want to purchase it. So I do think there is some concern on my part about the process, because I don't, but first I want to understand where they ended it with staff before I go on.
Well, I met with the chief at least once or twice, and I think we also met with one of his employees who came in to sort of give an evaluation of some questions that they had. I think that we haven't had the opportunity to do a very thorough analysis yet with them of zoning amendment requirements and some very excitingly technical information. The chief did call me either the Wednesday or the Thursday after their Tuesday meeting, which was about 2 weeks ago, and told me that they were interested in acquiring it at that point. But we had published the agenda, or were on the very brink. I think it was Thursday morning. It was we were kind of done with the agenda. So I told him what the city attorney has shared, which is our acquisition does not preempt us from assigning it to them at a later point. But I think MidPen has stressed that they want to be done with the deal, and so we were just trying to progress.
And just so I can understand, are we in some sort of an exclusive negotiation period with MidPen regarding the property? I mean, so generally, if you're interested in buying a property, you contact the person who owns the property. You don't contact another person who's trying to buy it and say, hey, I'm trying to buy it. So what is to prevent what has prevented the fire district from interacting with MidPen directly?
Well,
so, I mean, I think I can answer that. MidPen, excuse me, we engaged in conversations with MidPen based on direction of the council. We negotiated an agreement with MidPen on the price, terms, et cetera, and so MidPen felt like they had made the commitment to the city of Menlo Park. If the city decided that it did not want to purchase the property and the fire district stepped up, I don't know that they have any problem or concern about that. I'm not sure that the fire district is as far along as Menlo Park is. I think, they've looked at the site, they've done some initial study. I don't know if they're prepared to, enter into a contract to purchase the property or not. I mean, I haven't had direct conversations. We did get the letter to, CC in from the fire chief, I guess, was it today? That came in today. I mean, or last night. I mean, that's really the first indication of more than just an interest and an exploration. So again, we don't know how committed they are, what their contingencies would be, and where they are in that process. To basically be consistent with what the council direction to us was, we negotiated the contract, we brought the contract to you for approval.
And so then my final question on this, does staff have a recommendation here, given all of that?
Yeah, yes, I feel like, well, first of all, I'd like to say, I feel like the chief and I have worked together, and we are trying to be respectful that we don't want to be competing for the property in any way. We want what's best for both organizations. But at this point, I think that I would feel uncomfortable advising you tonight to turn the purchase over to the fire department, because I don't think that they have all the information they need to know yet. And I'm not saying it would be a problem, but I feel like they need to be better informed or more informed about some of the zoning requirements and technical requirements to confirm that the property can be used for their intended purpose. Other than that, I think from a staff perspective, we'd recommend selling it to them.
May I speak?
Yes, Mayor Mueller.
So there are issues here that I'd like to discuss in closed session. And we can either do that. I mean, there are issues surrounding the project that I'd rather not talk in an open session about that have to do with legal issues related to the site. Okay. So I'm not prepared to move forward until we have a discussion in closed session about it.
I agree.
Myself personally.
I mean, I'll just for the purpose of the record, I would be willing to move forward with recommending the purchase.
Councilmember Carlton.
To more directly answer your question, I asked Midpin, and the Fire Protection District did contact them, and Midpin, and rightfully so, being good, honest people, said we can't sell it to you. We've already contracted to sell it to the city, and so they did directly contact them.
And so just for complete clarity, it is not as if I was just sort of curious. To me, the fire district's interest is not determinative for me. I feel no reason why I should defer to them or have some deference to them and their desire. I think that one way I can sort of be assured that the city will have the controlling say and the final say is by purchasing it, by closing this agreement, which has been negotiated by staff at our direction. And then at that point, because we didn't ever have any explicit, development idea in mind for this. And so, yeah, we can continue that. We can have a negotiation with the fire district. But I would prefer us control or operate or have that discussion from a position of owning the property than not. And so I was curious about that, but again, I see no reason why I should up here, defer to the fire district.
Councilmember Nash.
Mayor Mueller, do you have a reason why we should not proceed with purchasing the property tonight?
I want to have a discussion in closed session regarding the liabilities around the property.
I agree. The liabilities are serious and need to be discussed.
No, I just would tend to believe that it would be a worthwhile property to purchase and then look at at our various options.
So I mean, if the council could vote right now to move to a closed session to discuss potential liability issues, concerns, if that's the desire of the council, and then we can reconvene following the closed session and decide if you want to take action.
Are you talking about tonight?
Yes, you could do that tonight. I mean, there's no requirement that you can't do it to discuss potential legal issues, concerns, liability issues.
We have a closed session tonight?
Correct. You could convene, right? You could adjourn right now to a closed session, talk about it, and reconvene Again, I don't know how long you would need to do that, or you can continue this item, take the rest of the agenda, and reconvene either at the end of the meeting to a closed session, adjourn to a closed session, or schedule it for another meeting.
Well, I'd like to start it off by sort of pushing the question and making a motion to approve the purchase of the property.
That's fine. You can make the motion. As a courtesy, I would have hoped that we would be able to have a discussion about the issues that I think are outstanding that I don't think are appropriate for open session.
I would like to have a closed session tonight, briefly, to discuss this before making a decision.
So I have a question, actually, for the public. Who is here for the H1 item for the heritage trees? Okay. So, Mayor Mueller, what are your thoughts on having a closed session after we do the discussion on the heritage trees?
I think that's an excellent idea. I think that's the perfectly acceptable way to go. We could leave it to the last thing on the item. I don't think the closed session will be long, but I don't think I'd want to make people wait.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So essentially, we're going to pass and potentially return to this item later in the agenda and move to the heritage tree. Oh, sorry. Oh, finish.
Oh,
You need to vote on the consent, right?
Still going through the consent calendar, one by one.
Well, can we, in the interest of time, can we wait to finish up the consent calendar after we do the closed session? Do we all agree and just move to the heritage trees? Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, do you want to take public comment on the consent items? Or do you want to push the consent items with public comment to after heritage tree?
How many public comments do we have on the consent calendar?
I have one public comment on G3 and one public comment on G4.
Councilmember Nash.
I will just say, I will put G5 back on consent.
Yes.
So we voted it now.
We have a motion to approve G5.
G5.
Councilmember Combs, and a second. Different one. Okay, no. We have a motion to approve G5 by Councilmember Nash and a second by Councilmember Carlton. And Mayor Mueller, your vote to approve G5 on the consent calendar?
Yeah, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, my vote's yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
And now we'll move to H.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, if we could just get a little bit of clarity about item G6 and whether you had any questions for West Bay Sanitary District. We do have a representative here. If it's a question just to city staff will be here, but...
Was G6 pulled? Yes. Okay. And who had questions on G6? So we'll deal with G6 first and then move to the heritage trees, if that's okay.
Okay. All right, that's fine. So I remember this from a while ago, and there are hard costs for water, and then there are the soft costs on how much is used. And when the use goes down, the actual price of the water goes up because those hard costs are fixed by definition. Does that make sense? So this is called out in the end where they talk about the fact that by handing off this water to another agency, it will directly cause the cost of water to go up. And as it was explained to me before, pretty significantly for our residents. And it doesn't say how much it's going to go up. It doesn't even indicate slightly how much it's going to go up in this. And I was wondering, I absolutely don't want to have the ownership of the transmission lines and service lines and all that. Option 3 seemed to be the sweet spot where we are maintaining the metering and the billing and can, to at least some degree, help regulate the impact of the cost of this on the residents with the shared option. And I'm wondering, why was that wasn't even discussed in the staff report. It just said we have 1, 2, and 3. 1 is terrible, 2 is great, so we think you should do 2, and 3 was never even discussed. Because I have a lot of concerns. People look at Menlo Park and say, oh, they're wealthy, they can handle it. Well, not everyone is. And a lot of people in all areas are living, maybe they're retired and they're living on a very tight budget. And anytime we start really increasing people's utilities, whether it be water or what have you, I have concerns about that, particularly when it's possible for us to make that not such a severe impact.
Okay. Chris Lamb, Assistant Public Works Director. I can try to answer that question as best I can. The option 3 was determined to, I think, really have very little general benefit. The costs of the water would be pretty much fully set by West Bay as in terms of the production and the delivery of the water, and really the city in this option would just be a pass-through billing agency.
Explain to me how they would have the full right to determine.
Well, so the city would be purchasing water from West Bay, which would include all the costs that they incur to deliver the water to the site, and the city would essentially pass those costs on as we purchase from West Bay to the customer.
And so for 2 and 3, it's completely out of our hands that this is really going to impact our residents in terms of their water costs. And there's no way that we can, maybe this is a Bill McClure question, is there any way that we can help regulate what they get charged or how this is going to impact people's water bill?
So,
I mean, I'm all about recycling. Recycled water is great. Gray water, this is wonderful. I worked on the deal with Sharon Heights myself. I just want to make sure that we're very aware of what we're doing in terms of its impact to residents' bills.
Yeah, so the answer is we can't profit on the recycled water. Let's say we are the recycled water purveyor. The city can't mark it up and profit to subsidize or fund kind of the other water system. So the state law is very clear, Prop 18, et cetera, that you can't do it to make money. And so you're there to cover your cost and recover your capital costs, et cetera, and they're literally two different systems. So I think it would be difficult, if not impossible, to, pass through other overhead costs for kind of sunk costs for the water lines and the capital facilities that we have there. The other reason that I think the third option is of a greater concern is the liability issue. Mm-hmm. If there's issue with this is recycled water, it is not potable water. If there are issues and liabilities or claims arising out of that water.
From
or the-
melted bodies?
Or, well, yeah, or the water being, high salinity and having problems with landscape and, et cetera. The sense was, since it's really not a profit-making enterprise, what benefit, the cost-benefit, risk-benefit analysis was that option 2 would be a better option.
All right, I understand. So they're taking over the transmission lines and service lines, but are those purple pipes? Are those new lines? Or are there certain lines that we are no longer responsible for, so we have some savings to balance this?
These would be wholly brand new lines. So these would be brand new purple pipes that would need to be installed to deliver a new water source to customers. So all of the city's existing water system and infrastructure would remain in place and remain in operation.
Okay. At some point, and again, I'm thinking out loud here, at some point there's going to be a cost benefit to having our own water system. If the use of the water goes below the cost of maintaining that infrastructure, would we do better at some point to look at, as was discussed by someone else previously, is there come a point where it's actually better for the residents to sell this to Cal Water or something like this, in terms, because the only reason we talked about keeping it was our ability to control rates for our customers.
So
and I guess what I'm saying is my deepest concern is to make sure that we're doing the best thing for the customers in Menlo Park.
So that is a whole different issue. That's a policy discussion on the ownership of our water system and not part of this agenda item.
I get that, but it is directly relating in the sense that we're talking about moving off a water system to another group such that it's going to lower our use and raise our costs to where it might not be tenable. And I'd like to know how much it's gonna cost. But I guess that's going to come out after we make this decision, which seems kind of backwards to me.
Well, the problem is that we have to act because either we have to do it and decide that we're going to do it in one of the options where we're the purveyor, or we develop and are the purveyor, or we're not. And West Bay has the right to do that. So under the state laws that are the system that's set up, it's either all in or all out, regardless of what information we have. And so it's not possible because we don't know what the reduction in use of water will be. So, as there are other users of water, of potable water, then that will be using some of the water, and it frees up. When you look at the overall water demand in the city, based on, potential future development, yes, our plans indicate that there's sufficient water, but part of that, the reason there would be sufficient water is because of the use of recycled water. So this helps us meet and balance the water demand and supply. And so it may ultimately have no effect, or it may have some effect, and that in part depends on how many new water customers we have and how much water they use.
No, that's great. All right, I just wanted to know, to discuss that and to make sure that we're very aware of what we're doing here. Years ago, like 10 years ago, Sharon Heights Country Club wanted to sink a well in the park on Middle, and I ended up introducing them. Everything worked out very well for using the recycled water for their fields for the golf course, and instead of sucking water out from Menlo Park. So I absolutely think this is the right thing to do. But just remember this. Remember, this is going to come back, and it will raise the cost of people's water in Menlo Park, and we may have to figure out how to balance that out. So,
okay. Councilmember Nash.
My question was how the study area was determined, why it's bayfront and not does not include larger area, and also within the Bayfront area out by Haven Street, it looks like it doesn't include all the way out to the border, and just how was that determined, and does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll invite Phil Scott from West Bay Sanitary to come speak on the feasibility report that was prepared by...
A short answer is fine, too.
Okay.
Distinguished Council, my name is Phil Scott. I'm District Manager with West Bay Sanitary District. And Kat's right, we did work together on the recycled water project for Sharon Heights, in which, in that case, we freed up a lot of potable water that was allocated for irrigation now for the citizens' potable use. And we're looking to do the same thing basically here over at the Bayfront area, where we believe there's industrial uses mainly. So this would not be used for residents. It would be used for cooling towers that recycle a lot of water themselves, and they build up that salinity. We'd be able to take some of that salinity out. Fortunately, we have actually good quality wastewater, if you can say that, in that we don't have a lot of industrial uses here in Menlo Park, and so then we actually have good water that can be easily recycled for industrial uses like the cooling towers and even for toilet uses. So the Connect Menlo area, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say Connect Menlo, M2, or Bayfront area, but that area there seems like the prime candidate because of its proximity to where our old wastewater treatment plant is, behind Bedwell Bayfront Park. And so it makes it gives us some cost savings as far as reducing the amount of transmission line and the distribution system throughout the town. That would just be very cost prohibitive at this point to do. And most of the large customers, most of the demand for this recycled water would be in that Connect Menlo area. The Facebooks and the Bohannon developments and possibly Tarleton and those kind of things. So that's kind of how the decision was made. We actually looked at spreading even farther out into is that east? No, west, into Menlo Park, but the distribution system became too expensive.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I enjoyed working with you on Sharon Heights, and I do think they're a great organization. I have a lot of faith in them.
Thank you for the follow-up information. And are we ready to vote on G? Oh, excuse me. Mayor Mueller, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. It was my honor to provide West Bay Sanitation with an award this year at the Chamber of Commerce Golden Acres for their work in Sharon Heights. It's just been tremendous, and appreciated their work with the city and with our city council on that. So, and I appreciate this report. So I think we're going to. I think that this is going to be increasingly the way that we're going. I mean, candidly, I know people are thinking that it won't be that long until we're going to be looking at these types of resources for drinking water as well. And I think we have a long way to go before we get there. But the scarcity of water is something that's going to be very pressing as our population grows. So it's great to see that the forward thinking of putting together the infrastructure plan.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready to vote, and we already have a motion from Councilmember Carlton. Do we have a second?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now we are on to our regular business, and we will start with H1, the heritage trees.
Good evening, council members. Here tonight to present to you the Heritage Tree Ordinance update. But before I go there, I just want to check in and ask if you would like to receive a presentation. I know you've got quite a few public comments on this, so happy to give you the presentation. Or is that? I see one nod. Yes.
If we are voting tonight, I'd like the presentation.
Okay. So just to talk a little bit about who's been involved in the Heritage Tree Ordinance update. It's involved quite a few staff, and also the City Council appointed a task force last year, and they've been working through 10 public meetings since 2018 to deliver recommendations to the City Council. And the task force members ranged from Councilmember Combs to former Environmental Quality Commissioner Scott Marshall, and Executive Director of Canopy, Catherine Martineau, and various tree enthusiasts, as well as past permit and appellant applicants. And on the staff and partner side, it included staff from the Public Works, City Arborist, City Attorney's Office, Sustainability, as well as Hort Science Bartlett Consulting, who did the policy analysis review and evaluation, and Peninsula Conflict Resolution Center that helped to facilitate the task force meetings between staff and the task force members. There's a bit of background about the Heritage Tree Ordinance. It was adopted in 1979, and there have been at least 5 revisions, with the last occurring in 2006. The reason why the Heritage Tree Ordinance exists is because the community has placed a value on trees as a public good and a benefit. So really the whole idea around the ordinance is that it regulates trees on private property. So when someone wants to remove a tree of a certain size on private property, they need to go through a permitting process. And that usually involves really quickly. They come to the building permit counter, they submit an application with their arborist report. The city arborist, who's sitting next to me, Christian Bonner, reviews the material and uses the criteria, the decision-making criteria that's currently in the ordinance, to evaluate whether the removal is warranted or not. And if the permit applicant or a member of the community or a neighbor disagrees with the city arborist decision, it can be appealed to the Environmental Quality Commission, and their decision can be appealed to the City Council. The current ordinance also includes penalties for violations of the ordinance as well. So why an update? Well, over the last several years, there's been concerns about the appeals related to development, unpermitted removals, and inadequate code enforcement of tree replacements. This has been a City Council work plan priority over the last 3 years, and it's currently in the top 5 priorities. And when City Council embarked on this ordinance update, they established some objectives, which was to make sure that any changes would still ensure a large healthy tree population in Menlo Park, while also balancing property rights and values and implementation efficiency. So a summary of the major changes. So as I mentioned before, there was a policy analysis conducted by Hort Science Bartlett Consulting, and they're here tonight as well if you have any questions regarding that. But a major finding throughout the policy analysis is we collected data from our permitting system, we surveyed past appellants and permit applicants, got feedback from the community, and one of the major findings was that the decision-making criteria was not clear, and that was really seemed to be the stem of a lot of the community frustrations and conflicts. It wasn't clear. There were subjective interpretations, and it also intermingled the benefits of trees with the thresholds for removal. So currently there are 8 decision-making criteria in the ordinance, and when we reviewed permit data over the last 9 years, there were really 3 main reasons for removal that were identified, which was that the tree poses a significant health or safety risk that cannot be mitigated. Those represented about 56% of the total permits. And then the next was the tree impacts a proposed development that cannot be mitigated through an alternative design or some other method, and that represented 14% of all the approved permit removals. The last was that the tree is dead or dying, and that was accounted for 13%. So we reviewed other cities that have tree protection ordinances. Most cities typically use those 3 main criteria as the threshold for removal. And it's related again to risk, health, and interference with the proposed development. So really the question became, when is it appropriate to remove a heritage tree on private property? And so the agreement that was reached, or consensus between the task force and staff in reviewing the policy options analysis, was that the tree is dead. First of all, if a tree is dead, then that warrants a removal. The second is that the risk rating of the tree cannot be mitigated to low. So risk means it can fail and cause fatalities or injuries to human life or a habitable structure or property damage. And it includes now an industry standard to use by the International Society of Arboricultural Best Management Practices. So there's an actual methodology to assess risk. And that would be required to be evaluated when submitting for that reason. The third is severe declining tree health that cannot be mitigated. And providing some parameters that it's likely to die or fail within a year, because a tree is a living organism. I mean, it could die within 5 or 10 years. And so what we're really looking at is it going to fail or die in the next year or so? The fourth is invasive or undesirable species. So this is a short list. There's been quite a few conversations about tree of heaven, privet, and those causing a lot of issues and not being desirable trees to continue to have in the community as part of the Ermid canopy. And that's a very short list, so less than 5 trees make the undesirable species list or invasive. So the fifth decision-making criteria that Christian would use is interferes with proposed development, repair, alteration, or improvement of a site or habitable building, or is causing structural damage to a habitable building, and there is no feasible or reasonable design alternatives. And then the sixth one would be removal is requested by a utility or a government agency due to the health or risk safety of the tree. And again, it's looking at whether there are any feasible or reasonable alternatives to mitigate that risk with the utilities. So changes to the appeal process, there are limits to the ability to appeal on tree health and risk. So that only can be appealed by permit applicants. But permit applicants and community members can still appeal development-related removals to the Environmental Quality Commission and the City Council. And that's really the rationale behind that is with tree risk and health, you have industry experts that are saying that this tree is going to die and it's high risk. And there's really not a whole lot of negotiation that can go in, and that they've looked at ways of trying to figure out if you can reduce it to low. And again, typically the tree is not healthy or there's some other issue with the tree. For development-related removals, sometimes you're removing a perfectly healthy tree because you're trying to add an addition or build a structure. And so in that area, it's still considered gray as to what the alternatives are, and that can be still appealed by neighbors or community members or the permit applicant if they disagree with the city arborist's decision. There's also specific standards that are included in the proposed ordinance for filing appeals, and this is to help create more efficiencies. So it includes timeframes for submitting alternative ideas to explore. So this helps, again, streamline the process for permit applicants that may be receiving an appeal from a community member to make sure that it's completed within a reasonable time frame. And it also includes offering conflict or mediation resolution for community member appeals. So in a lot of the conversations in surveying appellants and permit applicants, they felt like if they had a chance to talk before the Environmental Quality Commission, that they may have been able to resolve some of their concerns or issues. And then changes to the appeal process for tree removals related to Planning Commission approval. So this really was the stem of including the Heritage Tree Ordinance update. So previously, the Planning Commission could approve of a project that included heritage tree removals, and then the appeal process would start after that. And by that time, the applicant has gone through the design review, has gotten an approval, and it didn't seem like an efficient use of their time or funds to do that. And so the proposed process now is that the heritage tree appeal occurs before Planning Commission approval and goes through that appeal process before getting a decision on the project in case there's a redesign needed. The other change is tree replacement requirements. So currently we require a tree replacement of 1-to-1 on residential properties and 2-to-1 on commercial properties. So this will actually increase the amount of replacement trees substantially. So, and it's divided into two buckets, one for development-related removals, again, because potentially you're looking at healthy trees being removed versus trees that are in declining health or high risk. So for development-related removals, the requirement to replace a tree, if it's approved for removal, is that you need to replace the value, the monetary value of that tree on the property. And there's an industry standard that exists to use for that. So, for example, if the tree is valued at $7,000, $7,000 worth of trees would need to be planted on the property. They can choose to plant small 15-gallon trees, or they can choose to plant larger trees to come up with the value of that tree. If there is not enough room on the site for the tree, then the funds would be deposited into a heritage tree fund to plant trees elsewhere in the community or to help assist with implementation of the ordinance. For non-development related removals, they don't have as a great requirement because the tree was either dead or dying. We don't want to penalize property owners for that. So it would require using a replacement matrix based on the diameter of the tree. So for example, if the tree is 20 inches in diameter, you would replace 2 trees if you're removing that tree, and that would increase with the diameter of the tree. So if it's above 20, maybe it's 20 to 40, you have to replace it with 3 trees. And again, if there's not enough, if the site is constrained or there's not enough room, the replacement value of that tree, so it's, to replace, if it's the cost of planting a 15-gallon tree, which is less than for development-related tree plantings. That would be deposited into the Heritage Tree Fund if there wasn't enough room on the site. The ordinance and through the task force, there was a lot of conversation about enforcement of replacement trees. And so the recommendation is to have 2 inspections of replacement trees, one to confirm that the tree is actually planted, and a second one to make sure the tree is thriving 2 years later. And the rationale for that is that, when a tree is planted, it's because it's not of heritage tree size, it's not necessarily protected. So that's one reason why we're trying to plant more trees, because the likelihood of at least a few of those surviving and becoming a heritage tree are greater. And the second point of it is just to make sure that the tree is being maintained 2 years later, and again, is hopefully well on its way to becoming a heritage tree. So council direction and engagement to date. So the task force delivered 16 recommendations to City Council in June. That's when they had their meeting. And then staff presented the recommendations to Council in July. And the direction we received from you at the time was that you agreed with the staff and task force recommendations, and the council directed that further community engagement be extended to or limited to the Planning Commission, the Environmental Quality Commission, and the remaining Heritage Tree Task Force meetings. And again, the rationale was that the Heritage Tree Task Force had been going on for a year. There had been 10 public meetings on the topic. And so just wanted to reach out to the commissions where their decision-making or work touches the Heritage Tree Ordinance to get their feedback. The council also expressed concern about the cost to implement the updates and requested that staff explore ways of reducing the anticipated implementation cost. And I'll go through that analysis in a little bit. But just a summary of the feedback we received from the Heritage Tree Task Force. They were presented the draft ordinance in September, and by a supermajority vote, they recommended approval or adoption of the ordinance, and they recommended some changes which we have incorporated into the proposed ordinance that's before you tonight. They wanted to increase the feasibility threshold for alternative designs and development projects to preserve trees, add a public noticing requirement, and add collecting data to monitor the effectiveness of the ordinance and reduce the list of invasive species and undesirable species. The Environmental Quality Commission reviewed the draft ordinance as well in September. They recommended adoption with some additional language for final occupancy to make sure that the replacement tree has been inspected before final occupancy. They wanted to see a public review of the administrative guidelines and a third-party review of alternative designs if applicable. So if there was some question that the city could still hire a third party to review or to review alternative designs. They also recommended to council to consider developing an urban forest master plan after the ordinance is adopted for a more holistic approach to managing the urban canopies. So the Heritage Tree Ordinance is one tool to use to manage the urban forest. The Planning Commission received the proposed policy in August and recommended adoption by the City Council. They did express concern over removing the building moratorium, and so staff worked on implementing a stop work order, which is commonly used when there's a violation occurring in development, and it's a more effective tool. We had never used the building moratorium in the past. And they also provided further ideas for funding the implementation, such as increasing the landscape assessment district tax or property taxes, or using a nonprofit to help assist with implementation. So the cost to implement. So previously, staff, when they brought this to City Council in July, anticipated that in order to effectively implement all of the changes of the ordinance, that it would cost between $185,000 to $200,000 a year. And so those costs have been updated due to some decisions that have been made by Council in July and some other factors. We've been able to get the cost down to $75,000 to $120,000 a year. And that largely is from Council direction to not establish a new Heritage Tree Board that would hear appeals. And so the Environmental Quality Commission remains the hearing body for appeals. And that we could use existing permitting or other tree tracking software to verify tree replacements. So that's really the bulk of the cost for the implementation, is doing the 2 inspections to verify the tree replacement is first there and is still thriving 2 years later. And there is cost savings because it's anticipated that because there's more clarity in the criteria, that there would be a reduced number of appeals. So that would save on cost to the city. So potential funding opportunities include increasing the permit fees, using a portion of the proposed tree mitigation requirements for development-related removals, using the general fund to supplement shortfalls, increasing property taxes, as the Planning Commission mentioned, using a mix of contractor, staff, and nonprofit to help with implementation. These will all be explored further in the next 6 months as the budget process moves forward and will be incorporated into that. So just a summary of the community benefits from these proposed changes is that you'll see more replacement trees being planted and verified. There's an incentive to increase preservation of healthy trees in development projects because you're putting a value. So if it's a large oak tree that's valued at $10,000 or $20,000, there's an incentive to the property owner to maybe design around that tree and not remove it. Reduced number of appeals, as I mentioned. Reduce conflicts between the community, staff, and permit applicant because there's more clarity around the decision-making criteria. And increase public access to heritage tree removal permit records and information. So with the benefits, there are some impacts. So the permit applicant would probably realize increased permit fees. And again, this will be brought forward in the next 6 months as to what the permit fee would be in order to have effective implementation of the changes. Increases for the cost for development-related removals. There's a requirement to use city-approved certified arborists, again, to reduce the conflicts between arborist reports sometimes, and they're required to now pay the value of the tree, whereas before it was just a replacement ratio of 1-to-1. And they may be required to use an alternative design that's more expensive than what they were planning to build. There's increases for non-development related tree removals, not as great as development, but they would, again, still need to use a city-approved arborist and be required to plant slightly more trees than currently required. So the council action for you tonight and staff's recommendation is to approve attachment A in the staff report that would make changes to the Heritage Tree Ordinance, and these would become effective July 1st, 2020. I would like to note, as part of the action tonight, there was an additional action to repeal the Solar Access Ordinance, and that's being removed as part of the decision tonight. And the California Environmental Quality Act review has been completed, and the ordinance has been found to be exempt because it still maintains or increases the existing tree canopy in the community. So if approved tonight, the implementation and planning phase would occur over the next 6 months. There's a lot of to-do lists, such as establishing the violation fees, finalizing the administrative guidelines, preparing education and guidance. As you heard earlier, that permit applicants want to know, what do I need to do or how do I need to comply, and using a decision flow chart to help people understand the process as well. So there's a lot of nuances that go into making sure it's going to be ready by July 1st, 2020. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any clarifying questions? Go ahead and move to public comment. And our first public speaker is Kathy Newman.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Newman, and I'm at 1045 Valparaiso in Menlo Park, District 4, and proud resident for over 40 years of Menlo Park, and also the proud steward of a number of heritage trees, which I love. My comments I put into an email this evening. Thank you for the direction on that, Betsy. And I have 7 of them, and I don't have much time. So I guess the best way to do this is to just sort of whip through them. My first concern is that the overall canopy for Menlo Park should be the responsibility of all the residents of Menlo Park and not be put on the as a burden to someone who's dealing with the removal of a precious heritage tree. It seems a very reactive policy to just wait until a heritage tree is dying before we add trees to the canopy. So I would like the heritage tree, maybe I'm late to the table here, I missed all these public meetings that were mentioned, but the heritage tree removal seems to me could be 1-to-1 with replacement of an appropriate tree according to the size of the tree. And then Menlo Park could try to encourage further trees to be planted, use that tree fund to give away trees, let people plant more trees, put it broader so it's not just those of us who love a few trees, let all of us share in the canopy. And I'm concerned, you mentioned that CEQA was not required because this isn't going to decrease the trees. The first thing that I noticed when I read it is, boy, I should go out and start a business to go out and measure trees that are under 15 inches and remove them all. And as a property owner, this is a pretty burdensome requirement to have multiple trees. A 6-to-1 for an old tree that happens to fall down on your property is pretty harsh. So anyway, those are my comments on number 1, is it should be 1-to-1. And expand the responsibility for the canopy beyond just those of us who have precious trees. The second one is that the term development, throughout the documents that I read online, and I spent quite a bit of time looking through them today, it seems to be used in multiple ways. Now I understand that development is for single-family residences as well as for large development projects. And I think this adds complexity by not having a consistent set of criteria for the single-family homes. And to have to use criteria 5 with the appraisal processes and the planning processes, very complex processes were drafted in the attachment D. It just seems like an awful lot to put on a oh dear, that's it. So I've got 4 others that are in the memo that I submitted. I hope that you'll have time to take a look at them. I would like utility to be included for private property infrastructure as well as for public. A water main that's impacted by a tree should have consideration for removal as well.
Excuse me,
So
Ms.
I'm done.
Newman, where are the comments that you submitted? On CCIN, or is it a printed copy?
I provided a printed copy and I sent the email this evening. so
Okay.
I tried to be-
Thank
tried
you
to be
very
busy.
much. I appreciate your public comment.
And attachment D should be part of this approval process, and it's just a rough draft. I don't understand how you can approve the overall proposed code without understanding the guidelines, which are really the meat of this. So please take a look at my comments, and I'd appreciate your making adjustments appropriately and not voting on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Peter Edmonds.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor and council members. For brevity, I'd like to acknowledge all of the contributors who were mentioned in the presentation and the dedication that they've all expressed in this project. And nevertheless, I feel it necessary to draw your attention to two substantial and unaddressed issues. Number one, which is on a slide, please, Ms. Lucky. The intangible benefits of heritage trees have been accorded notice, but no valuations. And there are no valuations in the industry standards that are presently current. Secondly, the code enforcers apparently do not work on weekends, but tree destruction companies do. So with regard to the intangible benefits, do we have that slide? The first one, please. And, okay. If you don't have it on your screens, then I have provided paper copies earlier in the evening. With regard to the intangible benefits, in Phase 2, the task force generated a list which is detailed in the first section of the revised ordinance, intent and purposes. After that innovation, no attempts were made to assign valuations to the listed benefits, but they're on the left-hand column of my first figure. In contrast, when the Council recently enacted the REACH codes for 2020, it rightfully prided itself on leading the field. So I think there's an opportunity for Menlo Park to lead the field also in valuations of the intangible benefits of heritage trees, if such work were authorized as a Phase 3. There are at least two options available. Valuations according to the cost of structures of human origin, providing equivalent benefits, which is the reason for there being a list on the right-hand side of your handout, which is again not shown at the front. Secondly, as an option, valuations based on planting replacement trees providing equivalent leaf area in the canopy. And that is described also in my handout. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. And we each do have a copy of your handout. Our next public speaker is Catherine Martino.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, and good evening, council members. Good evening, Mayor Mueller. My name is Catherine Martineau. I'm here as a resident of Menlo Park on Oakdale Drive, and also as the director of Canopy. Canopy is an urban forestry nonprofit, and our mission is to grow urban tree canopy in the Mid-Peninsula communities for the benefit of all. I have to say that I've been very happy to be part of the tree task force and also to be working more in my home city. And I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Taylor and Mayor Mueller and some city staff members for coming to our Chilco Street tree planting a week and a half ago. My remarks tonight are just to shed some light on a few things that maybe could have strengthened the ordinance a little bit. The first one is about the replacement trees. The replacement trees, in my opinion, the replacement trees should be protected by the ordinance. So maybe they're not heritage trees per se because they do not have the dimension, but they should enjoy more than just the 2 inspections. It takes a while from inspection number 2 to a tree reaching the size of a heritage tree. The second remark is about something that appears not in the ordinance itself, but in the administrative guidelines. And it's lumped with the development criteria. It's the question of whether heritage trees should be removed in order to make space for solar panels. I really think that this is a mistake. Solar panels are great. They're important. They do only one thing. A heritage tree, a large tree, would probably be removed. A big oak, valuable oak, would be removed under these guidelines because there might not be any other way. And we would lose all of the co-benefits that this tree brings, not only the shade and the coolness, but all of the benefits associated with ecosystem services, the ecology benefits, and of course all of the public health benefits. I only have 1 second left. The last one is about it's about how the administrative guidelines will be modified in the future and who will be looking at that. And I think that at least the EQC should be involved in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a clarifying question for Ms. Luckey. You stated earlier that the solar part of the ordinance was removed or amended. Is that the same thing that the speaker was just speaking of?
They're not the same. So the portion about the solar access is not up for decision tonight because it needs to go through a separate process to repeal.
Okay.
There's a long kind of history and dialogue about the solar access, and there's other state laws that regulate trees and solar access. What Ms. Martineau was talking about was in our administrative guidelines, we are putting in some decision-making criteria around, the competing environmental benefits between solar and trees. And so when do you allow tree removal to install solar? And so those can still be decision-making criteria for saying whether a tree should be removed or not.
Okay, thank you. And our last speaker is Scott Marshall.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, Mayor Mueller. My name is Scott Marshall, and I was a member of the Heritage Tree Task Force. I want to say that it was a process that took over a year with a lot of staff help, with a lot of help from our consultants. It was something that is not easy to do when you have different people from the community with different ideas and different goals they went from that. I think it was a compromise with everybody there. I know it's not a perfect ordinance, but we did a lot of referrals to other ordinances, and we crafted something that I think that will work well for Menlo Park. Once again, it's not perfect, but it's going to be much better than we have. And also, one thing that we may not be a part of the ordinance per se, but maybe in the future would be if the City of Menlo Park had a database for the trees. An example would be if someone was going to have a permit issued to remove a tree, and then a neighbor goes by and sees a yellow sign on the tree, they may not know who to contact or what it took to get that tree removed, or if they hear a chainsaw going, is that tree been approved to get removal? So in the future, maybe there'd be a database where the residents could go check online and see what is the situation with the trees, and also along with that is what would be our general master plan, I should say urban plan for the trees in Menlo Park. It's not something that we took upon ourselves as part of this Heritage Tree Task Force, but it's something that would be nice in the future. So once again, I think that put a lot of work into what we did. I'm proud of being a part of that. I met some people that I think coming into the meeting, I didn't know if I'd be able to agree with some of their ideas, and after going through the process, it was a great way to compromise and come up with something that I am very satisfied with. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, well, do we have any questions? Mayor Mueller, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Okay, Councilmember Nash.
So I want to thank the Heritage Tree Task Force members, the staff, EQC, Planning Commission, as well as all the members of the public who've worked really hard on this. And I really appreciate where we are. I think there's a lot of very thoughtful changes. One that I particularly think will be helpful is the planning decision to review the heritage tree prior to the whole permit process getting started. I think that's really great. I think that the ordinance at this point needs to be a little bit less complex before we approve it. I think that it's actually going to, and I think that that is possibly with the writing rather than actually going back and redoing anything that the task force has done. But there's some clarity that needs to be done. The Public Works Director is defined in the under the definitions. But then throughout, there's 14 places where it's used and it's not referred back to the definition. And I think just sort of tightening up some of that. There's a redefining terms where the risk rate, one place it's called risk rating, and there's also tree health. And very honestly, I was terribly confused. Your presentation helped a lot, and also talking to some task force members. But I think if it were called tree risk rating and tree health rating, so it's very clear that those are two different ratings, something as simple as that would be very helpful. And there's some other, I have some other wording that I think would be helpful that I'm happy at this time of night to take offline. Overall, I still have some questions on notifications, and perhaps I just, maybe you can clarify. There's a mailed, emailed notice, and then there's also a posted notice, but when I look in the ordinance, I didn't see that specifically. So I'm very honestly, I'm getting some of the staff report, the ordinance, and the guidelines sort of are mushing together. And so I just want to make sure that when is a mailed email or emailed notice done, and when is a posted notice? And will that be specifically in the ordinance itself?
So the notification, it's a mailed notice and not an email, and it would be within 300 feet of the tree on the property where the tree is going to be removed. And that's for criteria number 5 and 6, where it's related to development and a community member can appeal that. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, it does say email or mail in the ordinance itself.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Our author, Kara, Assistant City Attorney,
thank you.
Yes,
Sorry for
confirms that it's in there. Yeah, and it includes the posting on the tree as well. So it's a mail a mailed notice to property owners within 300 feet and a notice being posted on the tree.
And then, or presumably not on the tree, but on the
Or-
property.
yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, is there a posted notice for all removals or just the ones that are appealed? With the thought being that it would be useful to have it for all removals so that neighbors, people, when they hear a chainsaw, know that there's a
Right.
permitted
So,
removal.
Yes, we've been having that dialogue, and we're going to address it through the implementation phase. So I think what we're struggling with is, if someone sees a tree being removed, can you go online potentially and view the permit data to see the reasons for removal? I think we're probably leaning towards some kind of still posting and probably giving a reason. And so we're still working through that at this point.
Just
But right
as a
now it's
comment, I cannot approve the ordinance until there's several things that need to be clarified before I will vote for the ordinance. That's one to me that's very critical. I get calls from residents on the weekend. I've had one on a Friday when the city was closed. And first of all, there's no way to tell whether or not it's a permitted removal. And second of all, when it didn't appear to be, there's no way to get a hold of anyone. So I'd love to know what the enforcement will be or just how do we go about. Obviously, a database will be very helpful to be able to look and see, but then there will be situations, hopefully not, but I'm sure there will be situations where someone is not in the database. What does one do when it's not regular business hours or when it's regular business hours but no one is responding?
So for the notification of when it's related to tree health or tree risk, that can be included, the notification can be included in the administrative guidelines as to what the city's protocol for notifying, either through the posting. I think.
Why would it not be in the ordinance itself?
Can we put it?
No, I'm talking about the fact that you're supposed to be, that I would like it to be in the ordinance. I think that the city must, that a property owner must post it at their property.
So I got confirmation from Cara, Assistant City Attorney, that we can include it if that's desired. I will just advise further that there are costs to continue doing that. So we're trying to look for a balance from the previous council direction on the cost to implement and where you want to see. But again, that's...
What would the cost be to...
So someone still has to go out. There's two ways of doing it. So either the city arborist goes out and posts on the tree, so now you're doing it for all permit applications.
Oh, I thought that was done... Can that be done by the resident?
Yes. So that's another option of doing it. It's typically what we have not done in the past. Other communities do that. But again, someone still has to verify that the property owner has done it. There's still a bit of communication, but it could...
I mean, very honestly, I think that I would put it in the ordinance and leave it up to the property owner, and then if it's not there, you can look at the database and see whether it's... In other words, keep the staff out of it as much as possible for resourcing. But requiring it and hoping that the resident follows through with it, to me, is a better step than not requiring it. And then, in addition to the permit database, again, because if there's any issues, when a tree is coming down or there's work being done on a tree, obviously time is very valuable. And so if a permit could be posted on site and also have whoever's doing the work actually carry a permit. Again, 2 weeks ago, I had a call from a resident and went out there with them, and the people said they had a permit, but they didn't have it on them. If they had actually had it on them, it would have been very helpful. When we called the city, there was no way to help, and I had a fairly frenzied resident with me at the time.
So, Councilmember Nash, Christian Bonner, City Arborist, the current practice is a requirement for the contractor performing the work to have a copy of the permit with them on site. That is a current requirement, and it was identified to be included in the administrative procedures to continue that forward, as well as it was identified to be very clear in terms of what the responsibility is for staff in terms of responding on work hours versus weekends. So all of that was intended to be included in the administrative guidelines.
Again, I would love to see something as important as having a permit on the with the work crew actually be included in the ordinance. And thank you for that clarification. That's great that it's in the current ordinance, although it didn't help in this situation.
To clarify, it's not included in the existing ordinance, but it is current practice. It is required.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is it possible to skip the review of the initial planting, since it's going to, if the tree wasn't planted, obviously it won't be there at 2 years, but if we're looking for ways to streamline things and reduce cost, is that, I haven't thought this through. It was just when I was looking at your presentation that it occurred to me that that might be something to think about. To just have the review at 2 years rather than the initial one as well. Perhaps have the initial one be where they put a photo up.
I think with the conversations with the task force, we had a lot of dialogue on this where there was just a need to really make sure that it was planted in the first place. Because if you came back 2 years later and they hadn't planted and that was the only time you checked, I mean, you'd have to still...
I totally understand. It's just I'd rather not see other parts of the ordinance in any way decreased if that's a trade-off that we have to make. If the fee is burdensome, is there a way, and this could be administrative guidelines, it seems like there should be some sort of mechanism to waive the fee for if it's a situation where it's truly burdensome or that the fee comes out of the, anyway, we need to have some alternative, I believe. And I will wait and see what everyone else says. Thank you.
Hi. How much is the fine for, is it the same fine whether it's a corporation or whether it's an individual resident if they don't plant the tree or they don't follow regulations?
It's the same fine. And so the proposed changes is, so the way fines are issued is one of two ways. It's either the appraised value of the tree or up to $5,000. That's the current language. And for the proposed changes, it would still be the same, the value of the tree, or if there's not enough tree left to evaluate, then it's up to $10,000. There's also additional work still to be done to assess punitive fines for if you replaced your tree or it was an egregious violation of the ordinance. And those are going to be set later by City Council over the next 6 months to establish more specific and escalating fine. So if this is your third time violating the ordinance, you have an escalating fine that is associated with that.
Okay, because a lot of this is talking about the additional costs of making sure people are complying and that a lot of people aren't complying. And it doesn't seem fair to me that a resident who has a tree that maybe they love, but it gets sick, it dies, it's dangerous, they have to remove it, and they're paying all this extra money for the permit to do so, covering the costs of people who've broken the rules. And I would rather see the fees for the permit to remove the trees very low and have the fines extraordinarily high. Let them absorb the cost. If they're the ones causing us to have to do all this extra work to make sure that they're in compliance, they're the people that should bear that burden of cost. And to be honest with you, if it really hurts, I bet they'll make sure we put it in red, make sure we outline exactly what the fee is going to be if they don't do so. And hopefully, anyway, people will follow the rules a little bit more closely. But I really hate the idea of causing people financial stress who didn't, there's not a direct relation to that. Sorry, it's late. I'm not making sense. But you know what I mean, yes?
Yes.
Okay. My next question, Kathy Newman had a couple of points, all good points, but a couple that stuck out to me. If a tree is impinging on a water main, gas main, I don't know, let's see, parking space, ceiling, for a corporation, are they allowed to then remove the tree? I'm asking, are there different rules for a business with a tree impinging on utilities as opposed to a house?
For the ordinance, there isn't a difference between how we treat residential versus commercial, but there is criteria to allow removal if it is damaging a structure or the site, and there's no feasible or reasonable alternative to mitigate that.
Okay, so that is covered. Okay, and then many, many years ago, we had this fantastic program. I think I told you this story before, on people that would come to your house and check the envelope and make sure that you weren't leaking all of your heater out the window and all this. And it was a really great program because once you got the person to come in and do the evaluation for you, you got a grant for them to fix it. Well, what I determined is it was only good if you used the Menlo Park approved people, and the Menlo Park approved people charged 50% more and laughed about it because they got that privilege of charging 50% more because otherwise you couldn't get the money from the city to fix it up. And that left a really bad taste in my mouth. And so when I look at things like you can only use a certified list of arborists and appraisers, I want to make sure that those certified lists don't get cocky and start charging more because they know that they're certified.
Right.
And in fact, have we had a problem with uncertified arborists coming in? Because are we solving a problem that isn't really there?
So the intention of that is to have as wide and diverse variety of arborists available for the public to utilize, and to ensure that the information that the city is getting is quality information that is as unbiased as it can be for an arborist that's being hired by an applicant to provide a report for their customer.
No, we don't want Uncle Ernie coming in and pretending he's an arborist. I get that. But is there not a third-party standard of what an arborist is for qualifications that we can use without having to have the city sanctify certain?
There are elements of that are included, such as just the standard certification, which was included in the existing version of the Heritage Tree Ordinance, but also revised to include that the arborist has to be a qualified risk assessor and has to be qualified to do an appraisal. So anytime that risk is evaluated or considered as a criteria for removal, they have to be a qualified risk assessor.
Okay, can we leave it at that? Or can we make sure? I hate having to put in caps on how much people can charge because then people go up to the cap and then it becomes more admin for us. But I have a great deal of concern that the arborists that we tap are going to charge more.
So, I'll let Ms. Lucky weigh in as well, but I would just add, in an effort to reduce city cost in evaluating arborist reports that are not quality, that it requires some back and forth with the applicant in terms of providing inadequate information. That is also one of the intents of having a qualified arborist that is approved by the city.
All right,
so
then I'd
it's
like to see
twofold.
us do something to make sure that they don't gouge people. What did I have next? Let me see. I think that's pretty much it for now. Oh, I did have some confusion over the solar thing, but it seems like we're not going to really resolve that tonight, that's going to be stage 2, but I'm not 100% sure I've wrapped my head around how that's going to work in terms of tree versus solar. I don't know if you can speak to that or not, but that just seems like that's...
It is confusing.
Rife with confusion and people being upset. And we need to make sure that we're as clear and transparent as possible. That's kind of the whole point of this. And that I'm even murky on.
Right, so for the solar access, that is not going to be repealed tonight, and that really talks about someone who is wanting to collect solar or already has solar, that you don't build structures or anything else that could shade that potential to build on your solar envelope, quote unquote. And many, many, many years ago, there was a court direction that was given to the city that said that there was some conflicts between our solar access ordinance and the state shading shade law, and it really had to do with a certain section of the solar access. There's other mechanisms within the zoning code that protect solar envelope, and so, but it is an entirely different issue than what's in the administrative guidelines, which is, can a tree be removed to collect solar or to install solar panels? And so that's a conversation that Ms. Martineau is bringing forward. And the way that staff has looked at it is that it's a proposed development. You need to get a building permit for it. And so we would look at it as any development project is, are there alternatives to preserving the tree and still obtaining what you are desiring for solar collection, and not treating it differently than other types of development. But again, those are the solar criteria for allowing removal of the tree is located in the administrative guidelines, and those will not be finalized until June, and there will be a public review of those guidelines 30 days before they are published and put on the website. So there will be another opportunity to have public input on that.
Councilmember Combs, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I mean, I would say overall I'm obviously supportive of the updated ordinance. To Scott's earlier point, it certainly there is room for changes and for an evolution, which is the case with, I think, any substantive or major change, and that certainly can be the case here. But a lot of what has, I think, been brought up tonight are issues that we discussed, and we discussed vigorously as a task force, and there aren't sort of right and wrong answers, but decisions that were made, some weighing the resources that have to go into the implementation, whether it's a database, whether it's how often you check regarding trees are when a tree has been planted, whether it's the issue of a replacement tree actually then taking on all of the protections of a heritage tree, right? So then how then do you know that a replacement tree is a heritage tree, right? And so as far as like, when it comes to cutting down or removal, there's a lot of sort of challenges in the details, but I think the overall effort that you see here substantively moves the heritage tree ordinance in the right direction, and for that reason I'm supportive.
Mayor Mueller, did you have anything you wanted to add, or any questions or comments?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
I have a question about the Heritage Tree Fund and also the funding opportunities. I'd like to remove new taxes off the list. I don't even think we should be considering that. And then just touching on a few of the public comments, a way to strengthen the ordinance. But after listening to the questions and then also Councilmember Combs' comment around should we protect a tree that potentially may not even be a heritage tree. My concern is staff time. As far as implementing this and looking at technology and how it is, we can't use the see it, click it, fix it to take a picture of it and send it to the staff and verify that that tree was planted. So that's more around my concerns, and I know that you had a few options as what you were looking at doing, but I would like something simple. I'd like to see something simple. A lot of this is complicated. And that's my only comment.
I'm just trying to understand where we're at, sort of, like, is the next step a recommendation for a waiving of the reading, or is there too much?
No, so it's either to introduce the ordinance as presented this evening, introduce the ordinance with whatever changes you want to be incorporated into it this evening, or if I understood that Councilmember Nash had some specific recommendations, suggested changes, you could direct staff to, or for Councilmember Nash to provide those to staff and then bring it back to another meeting for introduction, or yes.
Did you?
I would prefer to work with staff and iron out some of these changes. That I think that the ordinance is not in a state where that I think it's very confusing. The numbering is not. There's two number. Anyway, the numbering is off. And I think just the presentation and some of the wording really could be looked at, and I would like to see it to come back to council, hopefully in a very, maybe even consent. But I would like I personally would strongly like to see it come back in better shape before we vote on it.
I'd be in favor of making a motion to approve it tonight, and so I'll go down the dais and see where the sentiment is.
I have a question for Mr. McClure. Based on the concerns and the input that Councilmember Nash had, is there a way to do a reading or to make modifications to the ordinance so that we can get something voted on this evening?
If she has a list of specific items that she wants to incorporate into the motion, yes. But absent that, no, because then you'd have to reintroduce it anyway if there are modifications later. So oftentimes the motion to introduce includes make the following 3, 5, 7, whatever changes. That's clear on the record, so then it can come back for the second reading with those modifications, hard written into the document. But if we don't have those specific changes, then you'd have to reintroduce it later, so that there's really no reason to introduce tonight.
I have one other comment. Everybody's light is on. So I would love to vote on it if we can get a list to make those modifications. To answer your question, Councilmember Combs, and I'm interested in what you have to say, Councilmember Carlton.
I would love to vote on it too, but with respect to Councilmember Nash, my question is, are your changes really substantive, or are they, this needs to be tightened up in numbers? And
I actually can't tell the way it is right now, very honestly. given that we're just voting on the ordinance, but I find the ordinance tremendously confusing, and I've spent quite a bit of time on this. I think a lot of it is the presentation. But I think there's also, and I can go through some more information about some of the wording. I think that if Cara and I were to sit down, we could probably, knock it out.
That's my question.
Well, that's
is it just tightening up the wording because maybe it's could be written in a more clear way, or is there something like this needs to be deleted and this needs to be added, like really substantive changes?
I find, like what is notified, what the and how permits are posted are not currently in here. If that can be added, then that would be good. I have some other, quite a bit of its wording, but I also have some other comments which I'm happy to go through. It's just very late at night and we've still got.
Well, I'd rather
several.
at least finish one, if it's
well,
possible.
I don't feel comfortable. I will vote no at this moment.
Okay.
So,
all right, no, that's fine.
That's fine.
I was just asking if we could work to make you more comfortable, but it doesn't sound like it.
No,
I
I don't. Very honestly, I've not gone through this before, so it may be that the next time I'm at this place, I can say, sure, I'll vote for it. At this point, I'm not comfortable doing that.
No, that's fine.
Again, with all respect to Councilmember Nash, it's sort of, from my perspective, either the proposed changes are grammatical, then my thing is I'm in favor of it because it is substantively overall changes that I support, or the changes are substantive. And then either way, then you've lost me there because I'm in favor of the changes as they have been documented in all the work that has been done so far. So for me, it's either grammatical or that you want to make substantive changes. Either way, especially I think in connection with the fact that this is part of a process that also includes administrative guidelines and other direction around enforcement that's coming. Again, I am not trying to in any way change your opinion, but sort of to explain where I'm coming from. I don't see, for me, anything that would suggest that I wouldn't be ready to vote tonight.
There are items which sound like they were discussed with the task force, which are currently in the administrative guidelines, and I believe should be in the ordinance.
And that's fine. And so, if there's a motion, then you should vote against it on that basis. But again, as we work through this as a task force and with staff, there were certain things that we reserved for the ordinance, and certain things that, again, it was probably not most efficient for 10 or 11 people, of which there was no clear consensus, who had not ever played a role in the implementing of an ordinance like this, to come to some clear conclusion. In the same way, I don't know if like, when it comes to those aspects, if it's most efficient for us to do this from the dais. And so
I don't know either. I've never done this before. I've never been through this either. All I know is that there's things that I feel strongly need to be in the ordinance itself. And however that can be done is what I'd like to
Because your belief is that if it's in the ordinance in something sort of that is reserved for the ordinance and versus being in the administrative guidelines, it's not clear to me that somehow, if we're talking about the actual impact and the implementation of the ordinance, that it being in the guidelines lessens it in some way.
I think these are critically important for an effective heritage tree ordinance, and so I believe they should be in the ordinance itself.
Okay. So I don't know if we want to. I'm prepared to make a motion, and so we can see where the vote is. But also, if the consensus is to not vote tonight, then then that's fine. But I don't know if the idea is that there is either a concern that we're delaying this because of grammatical issues, or we're delaying it because of substantive issues. And if we're delaying it from substantive issues, then this is a process that I see no reasonable resolution, because Councilmember Nash will sit down with staff and craft something substantively that she's comfortable with, which was not what the task force recommended. And so then that, takes us down another rabbit hole, and of which, we won't see any clear resolution of this for a number of months, if that, and more staff time devoted to it. And again, it's not clear to me that the end result is something that's going to be substantively better.
Yes, thank you for the reminder, Ms. Herron. I don't even want to ask this question, but are we all in favor of staying past 11?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Mueller?
I'm going to be really candid, guys. It is getting very difficult to follow you all. So it's hard when it's past 11 there to follow you all, and it's pretty difficult to follow it on the phone. So happy to keep going, but it's the old expression, nothing good happens past a certain time, is starting to weigh heavily on my mind.
I agree with you, Mayor Mueller. We will do our best in the next 30 minutes to not stay on this topic. I have a clarifying question, and I know you had a comment. For staff, some of the comments that Councilmember Nash stated, I know that you wrote them down. Is there a way to capture that list and include it in a motion?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
We have written them down.
Let's go for it.
Actually, I have one more comment, and that's I have some other comments which may or may not be considered substantive that I would consider them the way that it's written. Actually, I guess we will have a second reading so that, okay.
Well, I don't know what I'm making a motion on. Are we asking the Assistant City Attorney to incorporate some of the suggestions or all of the suggestions from Councilmember Nash? I don't know if I follow them, to be honest. So I don't know exactly where we are in that.
Can you, with the list, can you read us, I don't know if there's 20 items, if you can read us 5.
Sure. So the first item was to go through the ordinance and regarding the definition of Public Works Director and delete or designee throughout the ordinance. And I think there were 14 references to that. We can do that and present it to you, a clean copy at second reading. The second comment was on criteria 2, which is in section 13.24.050 of the ordinance, to change risk rating to tree risk rating, and criterion 3, change tree health to tree health rating. And I think that staff agrees with that suggestion. The third suggestion would be to add to section 11.24.050 B2 a sentence regarding noticing which reads, before a heritage tree is removed, notice of removal shall be posted on the property. And so that the purpose of that sentence would be to post on the property for all removals, not just criteria 5 and 6. And I conferred with staff, and staff also agrees with that suggestion. And then the final amendment that staff is suggesting is to delete section 3 of the ordinance, which would be to repeal the solar access issue. So that should also be incorporated into the motion.
And just so, with regards to posting notice of a removal, and so this would be all removals, even for in a situation of the health of a tree, right? So give me some sense of, like, because the idea of a removal in a situation where a member of the public, a notice of a removal in the situation where a member of the public can appeal, is to give them notice, and then they have a right to appeal, right? And so if it is a situation where there is no right to appeal, is the posting just at the moment of the removal? So if you have this scenario of the next door neighbor, so is the noticing different? I just want to see between the different scenarios of removal.
Yes, it can be. Current practice is we post a different notice for street tree removal as we do for heritage tree removal on private property. So yes, one of the intents is to notify the public of their right to appeal. And then also another intent is just to notify the public that a permit has been granted and an applicant is going through the process.
Cool. I mean, so I could make a motion to approve the ordinance incorporating the changes outlined by the Assistant City Attorney.
I'll second.
Can I actually make 4 more changes? Thank you. On 13.24.050, number 2, tree risk rating. Right now it says the risk cannot reasonably, okay, actually, the condition of the heritage tree poses a high or extreme risk rating under the International Society of Arboricultural Best Practices Tree Risk Assessment and or Administrative Guidelines, and the risk cannot reasonably be abated to, currently it says a low risk rating. Is that, I would feel more comfortable if it said less than a high. In other words, you're trying to get it out of the high. Is there a moderate? And why are you going for less if there's a moderate?
There is a moderate, and the reason for that is the vast majority of trees are in the low category, and we felt that it would be unreasonable to ask a property owner to retain a tree that was evaluated as moderate, and it could not be reduced to low. So an analogy that I would give would be for street trees, when maintaining street trees, if there was a moderate risk rating, and we could not reduce that risk to a residual risk rating of low, then we would probably recommend removal. It is just above low is considered an increased risk. So in the process that we go through in evaluating risk, the vast majority of trees, they fall in that low category. And if it's higher than that, then that really just, we felt, would exceed the threshold of risk tolerance for most property owners.
And that was through the task force.
I will also add that in the majority of cases for a moderate risk, it can indeed be reduced to low through arboricultural practices, whether it be pruning, cabling, bracing.
This is going from a higher extreme risk to a low risk as opposed to higher extreme to moderate.
So the extreme to high would be approved for removal. If it was moderate and could not be reduced to low, then it could also be approved, yes.
Okay. Thank you. On 13.24050, 6B1, I believe, where it says the city will use its best efforts to maintain a publicly accessible database, can we make it the city shall maintain?
No.
Obviously, the city will always do its best effort.
I mean, this is where we get back to the resources, right? And the fact that the city will make a best effort. I mean, and I think to mandate it is I think at this moment in the ordinance not appropriate.
Well, and I would argue that for resourcing, it is more important to have a good database, and that because you will save resources on the other end if it's a robust database, and that I would assume that the city always uses its best efforts, and so changing it to shall just makes it a clearer.
I just think we're going from a current state of no database. And I just don't want to put the city or the staff behind the 8 ball of mandating something that they have not implemented and that has not been tested in any way. And I would have concerns about that.
Can I follow up on this? Because I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Combs, and you as well, Councilmember Nash. I believe that the tree ordinance as it is a baseline that we can improve upon it as needed. But we need to start from something. And the fact that we will have a database eventually, for me, I'm very hopeful. But I would like to, I'm hoping we can at least make a motion with those amendments and then vote.
Well, I think Councilmember Nash has at least 2 more things, right, that she
Well,
wants to...
the same situation is on the urban forest data collection, where the city shall use its best efforts to collect. I just would like to set it standard as we are trying to collect and not have, let's just do this. The best efforts is obviously what we would do, but to me, we're diluting ultimately, presumably, there's not a whole lot of difference, but I would just like to see the city strive to make it a strong, I just think in an ordinance to say use its best efforts is wishy-washy.
Shall is a legal liability. Shall is a legal, you got to be careful.
Let's move on at this point. Should. So, and then the one other piece that I would like to do is that have the city as part of this, that the effectiveness of this ordinance is reported annually to the City Council, just as a matter of policy.
So typically we have been reporting annually to the Environmental Quality Commission, so Christian does reports on effectiveness. But
that would be fine. So just annually to the EQC is fine as well. I just would like to actually have some report out.
So if we are already doing that to the EQC, I don't see why we couldn't just include a copy of that report to the council. And if you want to have that in the ordinance, I don't see an issue with that if your fellow council members.
That would be great. Grateful. Thank you. And then in addition, I don't know if we need to, but then the numbering needs to be reviewed, and
we can do that on second reading.
Thank you.
So then the only thing we added from the original list from the Assistant City Attorney was this requirement or mandate of a reporting out an update to the EQC. Okay. So again, all of those are fine and can be incorporated into my motion.
And actually, can I make one more thing? And that's can number 5 be reviewed just to see if it can be made more clear? Just I'm sorry. 13.24.050, number 5, development. I think the way it's worded, it's. I can read it if we want to spend the time, but just if we can. Do you want me to read it or just? Okay, thank you.
Just for clarity for the minutes, the annual reporting of the effectiveness of the ordinance, that's still only being done to EQC, or do you want that now to also go to council?
I think we had settled on EQC, but I don't. If you want council, I'm fine with. Yeah, so, there is it.
Mayor Mueller, we are in the process of voting.
Yeah, so I apologize, folks. It's actually probably a good thing that I never actually made a substantive suggestion. I remember in the last 15 minutes that I actually have a heritage tree removal application that's been provided to me by the city arborist for the tree in my front yard, which has been identified as being sick. So for that reason, I'm going to need to recuse because I have an interest presently.
Actually, you don't have to recuse because this will not be effective until, I'm looking at July of 2020. Hopefully someone will.
So you're going to promise me I'm going to get through the city process in 6 months?
You'll either get approved or denied.
As long as the city's, well, okay, if the city's going to approve me or not deny me in 6 months, then cool. Then my vote is yes. But that's under advisement of the city attorney that I have no conflict.
You have no conflict.
Okay.
You have witnesses.
Mayor Pro Tem, I do think we didn't take any action on the minutes, and I understand that you want the October 1st minutes brought back, but we could take action on September 24th minutes, and we didn't, and we haven't heard G3 and G4 yet.
Yes. The item G3, I believe, is the one that was recommended to do a closed session. And we have...
That's G2.
G2. Oh, I'm sorry, Lynn. Well, item G3. Who pulled it?
There was public comment cards, I think, for G3 and G4.
Okay. So we'll take public comment on G3. Lynn Bramlett.
Lynn Bramlett, District 3. I'll be as brief as possible. My main comment is it would really be great to have these reports discussed at a Finance and Audit Committee meeting. Members of the public can come, ask their questions. You know, it's just more interactive. They may notice something that needs fixing, and it promotes teamwork across staff, residents, and council. I did send an email to the budget director with some feedback. I've heard back from him. Overall, my comments are well received. His comment about the review was, well, council doesn't require that. But I hope the staff would think of this as teamwork, if you will. It's another, it's collegiality. If you have people on a committee, to me, it shows also respect isn't quite the right word I mean here, but it appreciates their role. So that's my comment on this one.
Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Bramlett. I have a question on this item, and is it possible? I don't know. Oh, wait. Sorry. And I do apologize for this item coming so late. Good evening.
Good evening. Linka Diaz, Administrative Services Director.
Thank you. My question is there a way to have an item that's just developer fees so that there's some separation? I know that there's been a few questions, and I believe Ms. Bramlett is one person that's had a few questions about it. You can't tell where it is in the budget, and so is it possible to just have it separate? Almost like the TOT. I think the TOT is listed in here separately.
Okay. So the item that we're on right now is the investment portfolio review.
Yes, and maybe I'm one item ahead of you.
I think so, yeah.
But that's my question.
Okay.
Before Ms. Diaz answers that, can you be, so developer fees, are you looking for development impact fees, or are you looking for building permit fees? Or?
They're all separate. So like the hotel tax or the transit occupancy tax, the sales tax, it's all separate. So if there's a So you're asking what type of developer fees? So if it's one project, so of developer fees for project A, developer fees for project B? Is there a way?
So this is a general fund report, and the developer impact fees are not part of the general fund.
They're not a part of the general fund report?
They're in separate funds for the various different funds, so that's why they don't show up on this report.
Okay.
You're talking about G4, right? The quarterly financial review of general fund operations. Yeah. So it's just it's what bucket, and this report is only reporting on the general fund. Okay. And so it's not the water fund, it's not it's not any of the enterprise funds or the developer impact funds.
But we do produce an annual report for the development impact fees that's pretty detailed, and that will be coming to you in December.
Okay, thank you. And then, Councilmember Combs.
So are we now on G, because we were on G3, and Councilmember Crawton made a move, and I think Councilmember Nash seconded, right? So should we go back to that one and vote?
Yeah, it's appropriate to vote on G3.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Will we be hearing will we be going to closed session tonight, or are we going to do that at our next meeting or next week sometime?
Tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we should vote on G4, right?
Yeah, you do have a public comment on D4.
Okay.
Public comment on item G4, Ms. Lynn Bramlett.
Yes, District 3. So I want to point out a few things. According to the report, most of the city's revenue is coming from property taxes and development agreements, and they are listed in the charges for services categories. I have, by the way, seen that annual report that the city manager refers to, and I still had questions, so I don't recall the kind of detail that would be good. But I also want to make a few comments. The hotel occupancy taxes are lower than expected, and I was wondering why the number was blank in the actuals for the September 30th, 2018 category, and then the number only 364 as of September 30th of this year. You know, and yet if they're so down, I wonder why we have so many hotels in the pipeline. Red Cottage Inn, potentially redevelopment. These are proposed. Haven Avenue, Facebook, one in Willows Village, one in one of their properties now. So just kind of a question about that. Be nice to have all the development agreements together at one spot at the city's website, and maybe even a session where we can learn more about it. Resolution 4159, that doesn't pull up a clean list for me because I do want to know more about this. And I note that was adopted January 1990. Maybe council could take a look at updating that. Longer term, I think the Finance and Audit Committee would be pleased to examine ways to broaden the city's revenue sources, and maybe even to help with conducting an analysis as to why sales taxes and hotel taxes are much lower than budget projections. They could put together a plan for some of this, and other residents would be glad to help. Again, I would have preferred a more interactive, informal meeting to ask these questions. I don't really think this is the place here for a council meeting, but I don't really have any other choice if they don't have a prior review. So thank you.
Thank you.
Does staff have a response to? Yeah.
Yes, with regard to the, the transit occupancy tax being blank last year and only $364 recorded in the first quarter of this year is simply a timing issue. We typically receive that tax on a quarterly basis. We're reporting on the first quarter for this fiscal year, so those monies were not yet received as of 9/30 for July through September.
And then just one sort of follow-up. I know Ms. Bramlett brought up this idea of the Finance and Audit Committee playing a more expansive role in looking at and understanding, give me some sense from, because I know there's been back and forth about the parameters of which the Finance and Audit Committee are supposed to operate. So with something like exploring, changes or the reasoning behind changes in certain revenue sources, would that be something that, from your perspective, falls within the purview of the Finance and Audit Committee or not?
So the Finance and Audit Committee is charged with really how information is provided to the public. So the charter includes how we present financial information, in what manner we present it, so that it's more easily understandable or transparent. So typically that is not something that we see falling under the current charter or direction from Council for the Finance and Audit Committee.
Are there any other follow-up questions?
I guess one. And so does the Finance and Audit Committee receive this quarterly report?
They do not receive it directly.
Okay. Would them receiving it be sort of a possibility going forward? Like at one of their meetings, with it being an agenda item?
So I just see timing is probably an issue. They only meet quarterly. So if the intent was for the Finance and Audit Committee to review the report before it went to Council, there would probably just be a delay in you receiving the report here. But we can certainly send it directly to them when the report is complete or in draft form.
I have a follow-up question. Would that be a policy change, or would the Finance and Audit Committee be changing their work plan?
Well, I don't think staff committed to anything in that answer. It was just sort of, maybe it's something that could be explored in the future. That's how I saw it, more than there was any commitment of anything in that moment.
But if it was a commitment, would it be a policy change or an amendment to the Finance and Audit Committee's work plan?
So I think it depended on the scope of what you were asking. If it was to make recommendations to City Council, that would be something we would incorporate into the work plan. At the last Finance and Audit Committee meeting, there were a couple of items that came up that were policy related, and kind of the direction from Mayor Mueller, who is a member of the committee, was if there was something they were interested in putting forth to the council, he kind of explained how to do that and to make it a part of next year's work plan.
Thank you. Mayor Mueller, we're in the process of voting.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
September 24th minutes.
Well, I think in G1 we had the minutes from October 1st and September 24th, and we're going to bring back the October 1st meeting minutes. But if there's no objection, if you could approve the September 24th ones tonight?
Yes. Ms. Jerome Robinson, is it okay if we move the informational items to the next meeting? There is a council member that has questions on them. And considering it's 11:30.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. The informational items, both of them, please. And then
Actually, do you want us to amend the agenda to do that? Because that agenda has been posted. We can move it to the 19th if you wish.
yes.
Or we can amend the agenda.
The 19th.
Okay.
So do you want to adjourn to a closed session, and then we will resume the public session following the closed session to either take up item G2 back in public session or to announce the results of the closed session?
Okay. We will adjourn the meeting to have a closed session.
And we'll stay right here in this room.
And we will stay
have
right here in the room.
Everybody else vacate.
And everyone else vacates. And we turn the speaker off.
Correct.
And the video.
Correct.
Hi, Ray, are you able to hear us okay?
Yep, all good.
You want to call the meeting back to order?
Calling the meeting back to order. After our brief closed session, we have item G2.
Yeah, and there was no formal action that was taken in the closed session, so the council can resume discussion of item G2.
Yes. And Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment?
No.
Okay. And so, are there any questions about item G2 to approve the purchase of the property? We've already had a motion to accept. I will gladly second that. Mayor Mueller, we are in the process of voting.
Yeah, my vote is yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, everyone, and the meeting is adjourned.
Wait. I was just going to make an announcement.
The meeting is not adjourned.
So technically, I'm supposed to report back when I get back from someplace. I was at the California League of Cities. They voted on their new board members. Everybody is all voted into place. I was honored to be reelected as president of the LGBTQ caucus. And I'm really happy to say that the book we put out last year on transgender and basically the new laws and best practices for LGBTQ in cities and jurisdictions, Berkeley actually took it really to heart, and they've changed all the wording on all their documents to be gender neutral, which is pretty cool because they're a big city. I imagine it's going to take a lot to do that. At some point, it would be nice if we did that too, just putting that forward. And so thank you very much.
What date was that meeting?
I'm sorry?
The date of the meeting?
I don't know. I have to look at my phone.
Approximate?
It was last week?
That's fine. I'll find the date. Thank you.
Sure.
I also have something to share just with everyone. My council member colleagues on the subcommittee know, so we didn't discuss it substantively. My conflict with Stanford has resolved, so I'm free to participate in the general plan discussions again. I have notified Supervisors Committee and as such. General use permit discussions, excuse me.
Councilmember Nash?
There is a Stanford GUP meeting, perhaps the last one, on November 5th, and at 1:30 in San Jose. And also, I'm on a new task force, Home for All Traffic Congestion and Parking Solutions Task Force, which is having its first meeting on November 4th. Thank you.
Do we have a report from the city manager?
I think that I will report out that with Mayor Pro Tem Taylor and Councilmember Nash, we were invited to a meeting at Santa Clara County last Friday, which the three of us attended, in addition to staff and public officials from Redwood City and East Palo Alto. The Santa Clara County is interested in moving forward with a coalition initiative, and information is still emerging, so we'll report back to you when we know more.
Thank you. Are there any other reports? Meeting adjourned.